Meine Sutek.
Hello, 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 hello. If you can hear me, please let me know. Make sure everything's working. Hello, sweet peoples. Hi, Sadie. What are you doing? You being a good girl? You okay? I'm going to triple, quadruple check real quick, but I'm pretty sure we're at the point where I can literally talk about anything I want now. Yes. The only thing I cannot do is a review. Okay. Cool. Great. I no longer have to keep secrets. Everything can be revealed at long last.
Night underscore of underscore Rencheered. X100.
Oh, Night Friend, thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. It's good to see you all. Crank up the sound a little bit.
Did you say man flesh? I was starting to get a little peckish.
Oh yeah, we're getting to all the man flesh. Thank you so much for the 49 months, Lone Sparrow. That's a really fucking long time. I super appreciate that. Thank you. When did I see Andy's messages about this morning? Oh boy. I saw Andy's message at, let's see, I responded to him. I messaged Andy at 9 a.m. this morning, and when he didn't respond, I was like, oh, he must not be feeling well, so I'm not feeling well.
Looking forward to the cool new Ogre stuff.
Thank you, Spellgog. Yeah, I'm excited to show you off. Thank you for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. So Andy was like, so yesterday he was like, hey, I'm not feeling well. And I was like, okay, cool. So at 9 a.m. this morning, I was like, hey, Andy, are you, like, we doing anything? And he didn't respond. And I was like, okay, I'm still feeling really bad. Like, I was super, super fucking sick. Yesterday. Very, very sick. And so this morning, I was like, okay, I can force myself into a stream, but like, I'm not feeling great. So Andy didn't respond, and I was like, okay, I guess he's also still not feeling well. So I went back to bed because I did not feel good. And because I did not feel good and I went back to bed, I passed out and went into a healing coma. And so Andy messaged me at 9:43 that he was gonna do today's stream, but I was already asleep by that point, and I did not wake up until 3:43. So I went to sleep for another 6 hours and woke up to Andy being like, Sotek, where are you? And I was like, whoops. So yeah, that's what happened there. It was just kind of like, it was basically like that classic cartoon meme of like someone walking into a room and looking around and seeing nobody's there and being like, oh, I guess nobody's here. And like they walk out of the room, and the second that door closes, a person comes in through another door and is like, oh, that person's not here. Like, just missed him by that much. I needed the sleep though. Like, I needed the sleep. I feel way better. But let's see. Night of Rim, forgot to type, just want to say thanks, PC crapped itself, so getting to watch gameplay of Loremaster is an excellent compromise. Oh, well, I appreciate that. Sorry your PC crapped itself, hope you're able to get it fixed soon. Sephifer, thank you so much for 29 months. Bioflet, thank you for the Fishman trinkets. We'll get some Fishman trinkets, alright. The old Maneater. Is his camera blurry? I don't think so, but I feel like I should get a new camera sometime soon, because I hate this camera. I think it's what a lot of people use for streaming, but for some reason it just, it makes me irritated. Like, I just don't like the way it looks a lot of the time. So, Tech, I have a question about Arball's campaign as I missed the stream. Arball will remove his capital via abandoning his starting one, teleports across the world. Will his teleport to capital still work correctly? Ooh, I don't know, Spartan. I will test that. I did, for those that care, I did test, I need to post this somewhere, but I did test the theory someone asked in chat about if, so if Arbol loses a battle for any reason, he will get the dilemma where you basically lost the campaign, including if he is reinforcing a different army. So like if Arbol reinforces an army and he shows up to the battle, so if you choose not to reinforce, then you don't participate in the battle and you're fine. However, if Arbol gets dragged into a battle because he's reinforcing somebody else, and that army loses, he will count as losing, and he will lose the campaign. What are my graphic settings? Here, I can just show you since I'm just sitting here. Those are my graphic settings. I'll just let that sit for a moment. But, so, yeah. Hugh, good to see you, my dude. Was Grom the Paunch touched by the new deal? I don't think Grom changed at all. Like, obviously, he's had little tweaks because the Greenskins as a faction have had tweaks. But I don't believe that he's had, like, he personally has changed that much. I'll be honest, I had like 2 milligrams of fentanyl. That sucks. Hopefully you're okay. If you're not, I don't know, go to the hospital or whatever. I don't use recreational drugs, so I can't help you. Alright. So we're gonna do very hard because that's just my happy place. And we're gonna play some Golgfag. Golgfag. Can you say how Valkia can recruit the new corn units? Yes, through her... the way you recruit units that aren't really on your roster. So they're not upgradable, which I think is dumb. I am very much of the opinion that Chosen should be able to upgrade into Skull Reapers and Wrathmongers. That is my personal opinion. But that is not the case currently in the game. Right now, they're just like the gift units. So you have to like do the like blessings of corn. You have to get the one that lets you do Skull Reapers and Wrathmongers. Will Golgfag's mechanic, will Aranasa get this mechanic too as a pirate of Sartosa? Eris, I had not thought about that. I like what you're putting down. I like what you're slapping on that booty, and I'm gonna add that to my notes. Good on you. Chosen would downgrade into Skull Reapers. Listen, do you want them on there or do you not? Because if you want to put them somewhere, that's the only place they're gonna fit. I mean, I guess you could add them. Maybe you could add them to the Chosen. So like when you upgrade Chaos Warriors, you could either upgrade them into Chosen or you could upgrade them into Skull Reapers. And then maybe the Skull Reapers could exclusively evolve into Wrathmongers, I guess. Golgfag does have a movie.
Jungles of Lustria.
Lizard trinkets mentioned.
Pirate-infested shanties of Fu Chao. There are few places in this world he hasn't crossed for fame and fortune. A mercenary without equal. A living legend.
Hunt down those lizard trinkets.
No job is too perilous. No deed too violent. Every contract has its price. But to feast on his enemies, that he does for free.
I like how he has Bragg the Gutsman in his intro.
Golgfag Maneater. his fame surpassed only by his appetite and thirst for ale and plunder.
Load up the meat. We've got a new job.
Do we know who the advisor lady is? Nope.
New job, new star. Nice. So, who's doing the paying and who's doing the dying?
Who's doing the dying? Alright. So, who is she? Though it's obviously Lilith. It's it's always Lilith. Remember, that's all you need to know about Warhammer. If you ever see like if you ever see a character and you don't understand who they are and they're very mysterious and powerful, it's always Lilith. Every time. that's how it works. All right, so. Well, people are actually using the unit name redeems. Y'all haven't used those in forever. 1 second. Welcome to the stream. Castrati, Living Legend, Yeti 13, Gnome Hat, Bishop of Cheddar, Tech 27, SS Sepulcher, Shady Spinach. Welcome all. And man, y'all are like naming all the units. The Unga Chunga Bunch? Okay. Beer! I'm marking these as they come in, so if you're like, he skipped mine, no I didn't, just shut up. Be patient. Hold on, my thing is freaking out. I may need to relaunch it. Un momento. Did the Bulgarian team work on this? I don't, which studio is that? I don't know which studio that is. Oh, gosh. New content creators? Yeah, they added some. Is it my internet that's being weird, or is it Twitch that's being weird? No, it seems to be Twitch. Because my Twitch is like all kinds of fucked up right now. Sophia, they probably did. Okay, Twitch alerts, y'all are gonna have to wait for a hot minute. Because Twitch is like freaking out. So I'll have to get to y'all in a little bit. Sepulcher, did you mean for that to be trappers, or did you mean for that to be pickback riders? Recently played a Kairos campaign, got to confederate with Sartorial. The Everwatcher is somehow labeled as a legendary lord. Yeah, so Sartorial isn't a legendary lord. He's a unique lord. So the way they do it is there are several characters in the game that have unique skill trees and unique traits. So like Sartorial, the Red Duke, and Boris Todbringer are all similar. What was Golgfag's greatest job? That we know about? I mean, probably the best job that he ever had. The best one that we know of was probably, like, as far as like payment and everything goes, was probably the time he worked for Karl Franz. Though if you read, there's a short story about Golgfag that is like about his origins, and it's called Golgfag's Revenge, and in that book Golgfag actually gets like a really, like, one of his earliest best paying jobs that he got as an individual was working for the Halflings of the Moot. So yeah. there's also that one.
Godzilla 20211 cheered. X100. Kill Nathan.
So for those that are like, oh, there's new YouTuber people. So Codius Bondemir is inspired by Cody Bond's YouTuber. Nathan Von Gruge is based on Great Book of Grudges. And then the starting Ogre Ironbelly, or the Ogre Butcher you get for Golgfag, Oko Ironbelly, is based on Akoi, who's the YouTuber that does the really funny, like, make an army using 19 of the same unit. Like, I think he just released a video today that is him doing, like, I think he did, like, 18 Gnoblar Pigback Riders, in addition to some other stuff. So, how does Golgfag work? Let's actually talk about the game. So the way Golgfag works is you have Golgfag's contracts, and every campaign you do, you start off with the same 2, and then from there, you know, it'll depend on your campaign. But oh yeah, Igor Turin. I don't know if that's. I feel like they updated his name. I don't think that used to be his name. That looks like Turin, doesn't it? I don't know why they stuck them all in the same area, which is kind of funny. But when you look at your contracts, you'll see all the contracts you have available, which you can get a lot. When you click on them, it'll tell you how much client satisfaction points you'll need in order to complete the contract, how many turns you have to complete the contract. So once I accept it, I have 6 turns. Also the rewards you get. So if I did the Osland contract, I would get 3,500 gold, 1140 meat, and I'd also get the black powder training ancillary. So this is a unique one to Golgfag's campaign, which is basically Golgfag has a pretty good chance to gain abilities that belong to other factions. So for instance, you'll know this one is actually the an ability from the Empire that like the Null and Ironsides have, where if they hold still for long enough, they get plus 40 accuracy and plus 10 reload bonus. So I could equip this onto a Maneater unit. So obviously you'd want to put it on your Maneaters with pistols. I am going to accept this contract because I think the ancillary is a better reward than the Northland contract, which just gives me a bit more money. I'd rather have less money, but more meat and an ancillary. So we're going to accept this contract. When we accept this contract, we immediately basically become part of Osland's faction. So we gain all of his enemies, and anything we do from this point forward is put onto him as like, he did this, not us, which makes it kind of extra fun. Let's see, what does this little story say? As they meet the Imperial delegation, the members of the company are confused as to why one of their number is part of it. Later, it turns out it is not an ogre mercenary dressed in scavenged human clothing, but an actual denizen of the Empire. It is unclear whether his presence would predispose them towards or against the offer they are about to receive. Oh, okay, so that's funny. So this basically says that when the Golgfag's Maneaters went to meet with the Empire delegation, it turned out that one of the ogres was not actually one of Golgfag's ogres. It was just a random Imperial ogre, which is great. Can you start wars and blame them on your client? Not necessarily. So like you have like things that you do separate. So like I could piss off Kostalton here and get in a fight with him, but that would not drag Osland into the war, though it will, to my understanding, it will sour relations between Osland and Kostalton. But we could test it just for funsies. Because y'all always ask bizarre fucking questions.
Main creator I look forward to seeing more content from. D.
Oh, thanks. Sithric, really appreciate 25 months. Sean Schultz, when am I gonna get an Ogre stream alert? I don't know. I do need to update my stream alerts. We've had Throt for like 1,000 years at this point. And it would certainly be nice to have a little bit of little more variety. What do you think Skaven tastes like? Absolutely fucking terrible. It is probably the most stringy, stress-ridden, just nasty-ass meat that any poor soul has ever been subjected to. I imagine it's absolutely horrible. I'm gonna enjoy this. When am I doing a Golgfag campaign? I don't know. Probably tomorrow. We'll probably jump. Well, you know, we'll do a little bit of everybody leading up to Thursday. So Golgfag's pretty good. He does start with Vanguard deployment. He's a big, big boy. He's significantly larger than most ogres. He also starts with a unit of Golgfag's Maneaters, who are very, very good, especially dealing with infantry. We also have a Gnoblar scrap launcher and lead belchers, so we've got a pretty good amount of ranged firepower that we're gonna take good advantage of. Also got some regular ogres. We've got another unit of Maneaters with Iron Fists. And we've got a whole bunch of Gnoblars. Because who doesn't love Gnoblars? And we have a Ogre Butcher of the new Lore of Heavens for ogres, which is excelente. Now, I've got superior firepower, so I see no reason to go to him. He can come to me. How late am I going? I don't know, until I feel like it. Is Golgfag model bigger than Grease? Did my game crash, like, on the first battle? Because that would just be disappointing. But that do be happening sometimes. Yeah, I think it crashed. Great. Awesome. Cool. Lovely. Yep. Fucking great. I always love new DLCs. They tend to be rather crash heavy. It's alright, not a big deal. We'll get back in there. Do I use mods? No. No, I do not. Especially generally no. I'm not really someone that enjoys mods. A lot of the time I tend to keep the game pretty basic. Looking Wood, thank you so much for the 6 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Why can the ogres use the Lore of Heavens? So, the justification for it in the ogre book basically talks about how the ogres' different forms of magic, as far as the as the ogres understand it and talk about it, is based on their understanding of the Great Maw and its different aspects. So there is a whole thing about how oh, hey, look at that. We got, hey, it worked out for the better though, because we got a better ancillary. So instead of just you sit in place and get a buff to your shooting, which I don't have any units I can equip that to that'd be useful on. Instead, we got the Pigeon Bomb! So this will make it so that we get the Engineer Pigeon Bomb ability on one of our Maneaters. See, it was all, I planned it. I planned it from the beginning. I actually just wanted a better ancillary. It was the plan all along. Turn down. Y'all let me know if the audio is okay. Like, if y'all can hear everything well, but you can also still hear me okay. I gotta reset my stupid fucking camera settings, because CA is annoying and won't... I really wish they would give you the ability to make default settings. I hate that the default is locked for some stupid-ass reason. Alright, let's kill Nathan again. It's the end. Thank you for the super chat. You and Andy's cameo tonight as Andre Ryancourt, an insane Bretonnian lord in Lustria following a prophetess cunning ogre named Golgfag Maneater. Following a prophetess? What? So wait, he thinks Golgfag Maneater is the prophetess? Am I understanding that correctly? Castrated, have a good night. Thanks for coming by. Alright. Let's hope it doesn't crash this time. Yeah, I've gotten like a reasonable, like, you know, an okay number of crashes on the early access build, but that's by no means like super unusual. It happens. Oh, anyway, what I was, game volume is too low. Okay, I can turn it up a bit. The general rule of thumb, is that, the ogres believe that all of their magic comes from the Great Maw. And that, the various winds of magic come from them observing the Great Maw in different forms. So, like, the lore of the Maw is kind of the true form, and understands the Great Maw in its most, like, honest self, as an entity that, you know, has this very give and take aspect of giving and taking flesh, and organs and all this other stuff. For the lore of beasts, obviously the Great Maw is seen as, like, the Great Devourer, the ultimate predator, the largest living creature to be found in the entirety of the world. So they view it very much through that endless hunger and that colossal size as it simply being the greatest and largest creature. There are some ogres who see it, because of its aspect, as the Great Devourer, that is absolutely immense and is, you know, kind of destined or hell-bent on devouring everything in existence, that it should have an aspect of death to it, in that it is the great death dealer. It literally devours everything, and kind of seeks to devour everything that there is. So it is ultimately, as kind of the ultimate consumer, an aspect of death, in that it brings death and there's no escape from it, because it is this kind of inevitable universal force. But then there are some that see it in the guise of that it came from the heavens, that the Great Maw was a titanic meteorological event. You know, it was this great comet that came slamming down from the heavens and, you know, utterly ravaged the planet. And so their gaze is drawn to the heavens to observe other such beings, other such entities that could come from there. That all-encompassing, massive devouring concept that is the heavens and eternity and yada 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 yada. Which I like a lot, because it shows, like, a really interesting perspective on the ogres compared to what a lot of people tend to think of. You know, when a lot of people tend to think ogres, they're like, oh, they're just big dumb brutes that don't have any imagination or, like, concepts of things, like, you know, metaphysical type things and yada 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 yada. But that suggests, no, they actually do. Like, they're a lot more clever and imaginative than a lot of people think they are. But they see it allows you to kind of see the world through their lens, which I enjoy a lot. You know, because in a sense, it is a very simplistic way of looking at the world, because you're looking at the world through a lens of everything through, like, the Great Maw and how it relates to whatever it is you're looking at, but you're still looking at things in a conceptual manner that is more complex than just taking it at face value, which is cool and I like it.
This way. Maneater. Golgfag Maneater.
Because, like, I don't know if y'all remember when Andy and I did the stream where we watched, like, the different, hey, everyone ready for me to shoot Nathan in the back? And pop! Wow, he survived that. But there you go. There's your YouTuber drama. YouTuber shoots other YouTuber in the back live on stream. When me and Andy were doing the streams where we were like reviewing and talking about all of the different trailers for all the different races for Warhammer, Total War Warhammer 3, when we got to the Ogre one, I don't know if y'all remember, but one of the things that surprised Andy was that the trailer showcased the ogres singing. So, like, they're singing songs, and they're all, like, having this big fun feast around a table, and they're stomping and kind of dancing and singing, and he thought that was strange, because, his understand, like, from older lore, the ogres would not have really been capable of singing. They would have been, the way they were designed and the way their culture kind of worked, singing is not something they really would have been capable of, because they had a much more, like, I don't think simplistic's necessarily the right term, but they had a much more, like, things are as simply as they appear to be, and that's kind of it kind of view. Whereas if you get into, like, later lore, you see more and more instances of ogres doing things that earlier versions of GW ogres would not have been. So, you know, we have ogres that do artistic things, we have ogres that sing, we have ogres that do storytelling and poetry and, like, all this other stuff. And, like, it's very different from the way that, like, humans do it, but they still do it, and I like that a lot.
War's on our side. They's going well.
I'm glad Total War embraces ogres being complex. Just to be clear, I don't agree with that interpretation. I like my ogres more complex.
Cheered. X100. I think it would be cool to see our ogre buller Iron Gut Raw dedicated to the fire mouth.
Yeah, that'd be nice. An ROR for the fire mouth would be very cool. With, like, molten weapons and stuff. Let's take... Yeah, we'll eat them. Alright, so we got the Maneater, big name. Here's Golgfag's skill tree for anyone that hasn't seen it yet. It's pretty standard to what you'll see with, like, tyrants. In that he's got, like, snacks, foe seeker, he's got, like, kind of the tyrant melee tree and stuff. But there are a couple unique things. He has the... I think these are all the tyrant skills. Yeah, so you've got greater girth, impressive wealth for recruitment cost, lord rank, and local recruitment, and you got keep walking for campaign movement, vigor loss reduction. Obviously, unlike the regular tyrants, Golgfag could take all three instead of just taking one. But his unique skills, he has Experience Killer, which gives him plus 50 armor piercing damage, and also makes it that if he's near a terror causer, he debuffs all enemies within 35 meters. By 10% of all forms of damage, minus 8 melee attack. Maneater Material makes all Maneaters in his army get plus 3 recruit rank, plus 5 melee attack, and cause terror. Iron Stomach gives him minus 10% upkeep, plus 5 casualty replenishment to his entire army. It also gives Golgfag himself immunity to contact effects. Fight, Loot, Eat, Repeat gives you 20% movement back after you win a battle, 10% extra meat from winning fights, and 20% post-battle loot income. Mercenary of Renown, which is really, really good, makes all of your regiments of renown unbreakable and gives them plus 5 melee attack, plus 5 melee defense. And then easy come, easy go gives you 3 random ancillaries at the start of every battle. So, like, you'll get 3 random magic items at the start of a fight. So, like, I've had fights where I show up and I'll have, like, the Tormentor Sword, like, an item that gives, like, you know, like the ring that lets me shoot fireballs, and, like the sort of, anti-heroes. So you get, like, a pretty interesting mix. And you never know what you're gonna get. It's a nice little gamba thing. For your big names, you have Maneater, which gives you plus 5% weapon strength. It also makes it where Golgfag regenerates quite a bit of health per second. 0.15% is bigger than normal in melee, but only against human factions. So like Norska, Bretonia, Empire, Kislev, Cathay. I don't remember if Warriors of Chaos count for this or not. Barrel Crusher requires you to win a battle in a region with wine, and it gives him 5% physical resistance, and the Rowdy passive, which gives him perfect vigor as long as his leadership isn't wavering, and also gives him +4 leadership. Tail Spinner requires you to win a battle with 4 regiments around your army, gives you the Witness Me ability, which makes it where if you have less than 25% health, you get a 20% ward save until you die, and you also get +10 diplomacy with all other factions. And then Seafarer, which requires you to end your movement, your campaign movement in the ocean at full speed, gives you 5% extra campaign movement and bonus plunder from ocean encounters, which means you make a shitload of money at sea. The fun thing about that is that's not just for Golgfag, that's for your faction. So, for instance, you could have another lord who's just sailing around. Let's see, Akoi here. We've got Kengard, which is really good. Stay Deader. Stay Deader is actually really nice. So beat some undead boys when it's unfortunate he got Longstrider. Longstrider is easily my least favorite. Like it's a good one if you're gonna use the character as a agent. If you're not using the character as an agent, it's really unfortunate when you get it. Let's get a second camp sooner rather than later. And then we're gonna go kill some human boys. But real quick, let me see if Twitch is done being all fucked up here. There we go. That looks more normal. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. I did that, 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 did that. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, so we have the Unga Chunga bunch. Sounds like a candy. And then these ones would be the vegans. And then cheers, Jen, good to see you. We already talked about that. Lore fact: if Scrag, Bragg, Greases, and Golgfag went to an all-you-can-eat buffet, who eats, drinks the most? Greases. Greases would put the rest of them in the ground if it came to eating. Ladies champions. Stygen, good to see you. Lead Belcher should be the... Why are y'all giving them all Bretonian names? Carcassonne Cannoneers. But yeah, no, Greases would so heavily out-eat the rest of them that it's not even funny. Like, that's the entire point to Greases, is that he is the biggest, fattest ogre in history. He is the lad. Also, just because I've seen a couple comments about it, I do want to address it. I do apologize. There was no lore beers this morning. There was a big miscommunication between me and Andy that just kind of worked out, unfortunately, where I thought that he was ill and wasn't going to be able to make it to today's show. So I went back to bed because I was feeling exceptionally ill, only for it to turn out that Andy was feeling ill, but he wasn't feeling so ill as to cancel showing up. So he did show up and I didn't. And because I was asleep, I did not see any of his messages about, like, asking where I was. So we ended up missing each other. So today ended up being a Loremaster of, or a Lawhammer or Andy Law, Ask Andy Law Anything stream instead of a typical Lorebeard. So I do apologize for that. It was just kind of like a goofy set of miscommunications. But I'm considering changing our schedule a little bit. So like I think we might do the ghoul episode this Wednesday. Which will be nice for those of you that are really excited for it, because it would technically mean that we could have it could have some bonus time, because our Wednesday streams are not as hell-bent on going for only 3 hours. So if we end up talking, like, it might still end up just being a 3-hour stream, but like if we're like, I don't know, on a particularly interesting like crack like series of ideas, we might decide to you know, go a little longer. So we're gonna figure that out tomorrow. What are ogre vegans? Ogre vegans clearly only eat vegetarians. Yeah, they're very picky about the kinds of people they eat. Very obviously. Very ogre understanding of the term. Blood for the Blood Throne! Thank you for the 26 months. Have I seen the Norse team for Blood Bowl? Yes, they look really, really good. The Norse Blood Bowl team looks fantastic. The new Yeti looks really nice. It looks very similar to the Total War Yeti. So fans of Yetis are eating very well this week, because we've gone for so long with just the ugliest Yetis in the universe. And then in the same week, Yeti fans are getting the Total War Warhammer Yetis on the 14th, or sorry, the 12th. The 12th, you're getting Total War Warhammer Yetis, and on the 10th, you're getting the new Blood Bowl Yetis. So if you like Yetis, you are spoiled for choice at the moment. You just can't stop winning. Loremaster, enjoy your content here. I have a lore question. Most Warhammer Fantasy YouTubers and podcasts. Oh.
SS cheered. X100. What is an array sushi roll?
What is an ogre sushi roll? The standard ogre sushi roll would probably be a person wrapped in seaweed or kelp and then eaten alive. If they want to make it authentic, they will, you know, have a thunder tusk or a yeti breathe on them to like kind of refrigerate them a little bit to give that true sushi experience. But there are some ogres that will probably suggest that if it's not a fish, then it doesn't count. So it has to be like a fish man or some sort of aquatic creature to be truly authentic Nipponese sushi, or, you know, have a person from Nippon in it. That would also probably be acceptable. And many ogres would probably find the whole, like, wrapping them in kelp or seaweed thing to be very pretentious and unnecessary. But some ogres would insist that it's culturally not acceptable as sushi if you don't have the seaweed or kelp. Anyway, sorry. Most Warhammer, John Kaiser. Most Warhammer Fantasy Lore YouTubers podcasts would talk about ogres say that gorgers are created when an ogre is grown ogre starved for a long time. No, that is not true. That is wrong. That is super wrong. That is very, 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 very wrong. Flat out wrong. Like, that's just wrong. Ogre gorgers are created by when ogres take a young ogre, like an infant, and cast them, well, not necessarily, often an infant, and cast them down into the depths. There we go. Just having to aggressively roll my chair here. Because the thing about a gorger is not just a starved ogre. The really important thing about a gorger is that you have to have you need the warpstone. There has to be warpstone messed up garbage involved. But to put it very bluntly, the Gorger page says the following, very, very bluntly. It says, when a scrawny ogre is born, the tribe does not suffer the weakling to live. Those born with gangly limbs or without an ogre's signature paunch are given over to a butcher who takes them to the deepest cave near the campsite. This cave mouth is invariably sealed with a boulder of tremendous size, but when this hefty blocking device is rolled aside, the mewling newborn is then tossed into the gaping pit and the boulder heaved back into place once again. In Ogre Society, weakness is a death warrant, and by offering a sacrifice to the Great Maw, the tribe shows that it is strong. Ever since the ogres migrated from the plains, stunted births have become common, and many offerings are cast into the darkness. And basically, it goes on to say that these ogre babies that manage to survive by feeding on the things in the Underdark, they learn to, like, move very stealthily and move to creep through the dark because there are things that are bigger than them down there that will eat them and kill them and tear them apart because they're little babs. So that's why Gorgers are very stealthy, because they had to grow up being very stealthy creatures. But there's also warpstone down in those caves that mutates them, which is why they have these weird elongated limbs and they look very creepy for ogres. Because the thing about a Gorger is also that Gorgers' limbs can bend in really terrifying ways. If Gorgers are kind of like cats, if a Gorger's head can fit through a hole, its entire body can fit through the hole. Which means that they can sneak into places significantly smaller or more narrow than they should be able to. So if you were running away from a Gorger, odds are any space you can fit in, a Gorger can fit in, because it'll just basically move its bones around in a way where, you know, it's kind of like its bones are liquid. So you would hear all these horrible popping and crackling noises as its bones are moving around and then popping back into place as it chases you through the caves. Which is why they're fucking terrifying. They're really difficult to get away from. But yeah, no, Gorgers, if an adult ogre is cast out, they're just gonna die. Like, they're gonna lose weight and they're gonna die. They're not gonna turn into a Gorger. That is like just not the textbook definition of a Gorger. That'd be like saying if a human is cast out of human society and is starving to death, they just turn into a ghoul. And that's not how that works. Like, there's a specific process that you have to go through in order to become one of these other things. Alright, anyway. So, we've captured the settlement. We have a couple of options. We can occupy it, loot and occupy it, sack it, raise, or gift it to our client. I'm going to gift it to my client because we don't have a ton more to go before we're done with this contract. And I don't intend on staying in the Empire and setting up shop. So I'm just going to give it to Norden. I'm just going to give Norden to Osland. And I'm going to carry on. Especially because if I give it to him instead of taking it for myself, that will allow me to focus more on letting my camp build up and raid. So stealing lots of money. Because camps actually have two stances. You can leave a camp in raid stance, where it will, you know, take money from the area it's in, or you can move it into encampment stance, which will grant control and growth and also attrition immunity to friendly armies. But the big thing is that it'll actually help support the area that the camp is in. But I don't intend on building up an empire here. I might take Erengrad because I can at least get like a sexy port out of it. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's get us dual weapon ogres and end our turn.
Anyone wanna challenge me?
Can an ogre survive on their own? Yeah, pretty easily. as long as there's something for them to eat. You really like the new Age of Sigmar sculpts? Yeah, they're great. They're super awesome. Also, I will say this. Although I am not allowed to give like a rating out of 10 or anything like that about this DLC, what I can say is that, in my opinion, and granted, this is just my opinion, because I could also easily make an argument for the other two because I think they're actually quite well designed, but Golgfag Maneater has what honestly feels like the most fun campaign in this game. His campaign is bonkers fun. And it's not like super easy by any means, like there are difficulties, but the amount of like moving around you get to do and like some of the fun shenanigans you're kind of able to get up to is quite enjoyable. Do Yetis form in a similar way? No, so Yetis are an offshoot from a long time ago. When the Ogre homeland was destroyed by the Great Maw coming down and impacting the planet, 2/3 of the Ogres were wiped out instantly. The 1/3 that survived fled west into the mountains, and they fled past the they followed the ridge line of the Mountains of Heaven up into the ancient Giant Lands. And the ancient Giant Lands is where they started, you know, fighting with all of the
Ogres, chomping on meat.
Oh yeah.
Feeding our guts with our struggling trees.
Oh yeah, sing it. Do I love so much that the camp tyrants have skill trees. The camp tyrants having skill trees makes me so happy. Because they're so cool. I love them. Alright, Galser's got quite a bit of stuff, but I think we can beat him. But so Yeti, thank you so much for the gift subs, by the way. So the thing about Yetis, and John Locke Cole, thank you for the 37 months. Yeti, thank you for the gift sub. So when the Ogres went over the ancient Giant Lands, that's where they fought many of the Sky Titans. They discovered the Sky Titans and they started getting in big fights with them because the Ogres were desperate and they were hungry, and the Sky Titans were unfortunately relatively they were like kind of the ultimate prize for the Ogres because they were so big and they had herds of mammoths, and like the Ogres were just eating everything in front of them. This led to a series of shenanigans, but when the Ogres killed off most of the Sky Titans and kind of took over the ancient Giant Lands, the Ogres realized that something was wrong with the ancient Giant Lands. Like, the Butchers could kind of sense how magically tainted it was, because when the Great Maw slammed into the planet, the Great Maw was a titanic meteor or comet made out of pure warpstone. Like, it's just pure warpstone. Absolutely fucking bonkers. And when it impacted the planet, it cast up a giant amount of warpstone dust as it hit the planet. Kind of like how when a volcano erupts, it throws a lot of like volcanic ash and dust and shit into the air. Or like when a nuclear bomb goes off, you know, it throws up a bunch of like irradiated ash and dirt into the air, and then it all starts to come back down. Well, all that warpstone dust went up into the atmosphere and started coming back down really slowly. So the ancient Giant Lands are one of the tallest mountain ranges in the world. They're super duper fucking big. They're not the biggest, but they're big. And so the warpstone dust coming down from the atmosphere was really coming down heavy on the ancient Giant Lands. Because it was so close to so close to the impact site, and was so high up, so far, such high from sea level. So the Ogres, for the most part, like looking up and seeing like the weird lights in the air, because it was kind of like imagine if you saw the Aurora Borealis, but like even crazier, and it never stopped. The Ogres looked at that and were like, that's kind of wigging us out a little bit. Let's get out of here. So most of the Ogre race carried on. They kept moving, and they went into the Mountains of Morn. Now, the Mountains of Morn did not have nearly as much of an issue like that, and the valleys were also much more hospitable, so the ogres settled in the Mountains of Morn. But not all of them left the Ancient Giant Lands. Some of the ogres stayed in the Ancient Giant Lands. And the ogres that chose to stay in the Ancient Giant Lands, over many years, transformed and evolved into the Yetis. So they have a common ancestor in that the ogres nowadays and the Yetis of nowadays come from the same original group of ogres, but the ones that stayed in the Ancient Giant Lands mutated due to the extremely high amount of warpstone, and they also mutated primarily in a way to adapt to their environment. So they grew fur, they have more ape-like appendages in that their arms are a bit longer, they have big claws, their feet have, can grab, they have like the grabby feet that you see on a lot of ape-like creatures, and they have kind of a more simian appearance to them. But the big thing is they have like big shaggy fur, and they became so adapted to their environment that they literally breathe frost. So they're able to breathe out like incredibly horrifically cold, kind of magical cold air, which is how they make their weapons, is that they take clubs or bones or whatever and they breathe onto them, and it makes this kind of it makes this really nasty magical ice that builds up as they continue to just breathe on it over and over and over again until it becomes a club. And that's how they make the weapons that they wield, which is neat. That it's fun world building, and I like it. I really like the Yetis. They're super duper cool. All right, we're gonna let our ability here terrorize them a little bit before I go charging into battle. Let's see if I can get lucky and blow up a couple of units. Well, that was just a miss. Really wish I had Comet. Aurora Borealis at this time of year, localized entirely in this mountain range? Yes. Can I see it? No. See, I feel like that meme should be like the Principal Skinner should be a Yeti, like talking to an ogre. So it's like a bunch of regular ogres talking to a Yeti, and the Yeti is represented by Principal Skinner. And the ogres are just like, here? Now? And he's like, uh-huh. And they're like, can we see it? And he's like, no. Absolutely not. Tabal, hey, I dislike Bow. Oh, Yuan Bow. I dislike Yuan Bow's spells so much I learned how to mod them to 2 high magic, 2 yin, 2 yang. How would I change his list if you could? I'm fine with his list, to be honest with you. Cause what, it's if I remember correctly, isn't it 1 yin spell, 1 yang spell? What, it's 1 yin, 1 yang, and Comet. Oh god, I'm trying to remember his spell list. Isn't it Light Heavens, and Light Heavens Yin Yang, right? Someone would have to post a spell list. I don't remember what it is, but I remember seeing it and being like, oh yeah, that works. Get inside! Oh, I need to shoot Gausser. Oh, I love that attack. I'm gonna kill that asshole. I'm gonna give them some armor. We're going to get rid of this barricade. Because fuck barricades, they annoy me. All right, everybody in, please. Come on, let's go. Now, the worst part is always right when you get inside. You gotta, like, organize all your guys. Okay, Golgfag's almost killed Gauser. Next group, get your asses in here. Scrap launcher, if we could fire over there. You know what? I would like to actually bully that halberd. Everybody in. You lot go this way. Alright, we need to blow up this barricade, and then we can kind of take this area. Gnoblars! I need you up here. Want you to come over this way. And you get. Go ahead and pop that buff. If you could aim at them. Yeah, we gotta keep our buffs up. You know what? Let's have these regular Gnoblars help here. Pigback, keep moving. Okay, I can. Okay, they're tearing through that pretty quick. Oh, I'm fine with that. Okay, let's go ahead and bring our scrap launcher inside. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Didn't I have a... Oh, these guys. It's like, I had another squad of ogres. I don't want y'all there anymore. I want you over here. Come on, blow it up! Actually, you know what? I lied. Open fire! There you go. Go take that, which should shut down all this garbage. Golgfag's kind of by himself over here. I'm gonna bring my butcher back over this way, because they should not need him. Let's give a big buff to you. Shoot, damn it, shoot! Yeah, good shot. That was sexy. Okay, don't. I would rather you capture that point than fight them, please. I want to get rid of all these buffs. Y'all get back inside. Turn around. Help out Golgfag, he needs it. There we go, that's what I like to see. Alright, y'all carry on and head over there. I don't need you for the rest of the city. I gotta go help elsewhere. Okay, scrap launcher is in the perfect position. We just gotta protect it. Nope, you keep firing. I don't give a shit if you think you can do something else. All right, between Golgfag and the scrap launcher, we should be fine. Oh, I forgot my lead belchers. I was like, I feel like I'm forgetting something. All right, I need to go deal with these archers. Get your asses back inside! Actually, you know what? Why don't y'all... Let's get Golgfag out of crossbow stuff. Alright, I need to come help over here. You guys are off doing a good job because we can go capture the... Yeah, I lied. I'll actually come back over this way. Oh, this is gonna be so good here in a second. Blood Belchers, positions! Fire! Yeah! It's a killing field, as they say. All right, go. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. I feel like I need to make sure these guys don't recapture that, because then I can't take the point I'm actually going for. Nice. All right. Lead Belchers! Ogres! Reform the line! Reform the line! Okay, good. Dismissed. Lead vouchers! That's what I like to see! Oh, there it is. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Okay, we've secured the entrance. That makes me very happy. Alright, we're going this way. Gnoblars, hold here. Come on down, halberdiers! Oh my god! Oh, that was delicious. Dude, Lead Belchers, honestly, holding them in reserve worked out really well. Go recapture that. Actually, no, don't. Let's wait a second. All right, reform. Furthermore, Gnoblars are doing their job. Yeetus, deletus. All right. Here, come here, Thyrus.
Golgfag's wrath! Golgfag's murder!
I think I just shot one of my own guys. Take the thing!
Right on! Time to go! This way! Off we go! We've won this!
Yay! Okay, so now we just gotta survive.
Maneater! Greatest dog of war! Consider it done! Alright,
Ow, ow, oh god, it hurts. It hurts. Ow, 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 ow.
time to move!
Evasive action!
To the fight!
Evasive action!
Better position over there! Heading off! Moving out! Time to go!
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Get him!
Great war servant!
Who the hell are you? Why are you out front?
So
Or whatever, just wait there.
servant of the Moor! This spot's out!
Oh wait, if I lose control of the linked point, does it stop me from earning tickets? Maybe I'll come this way, just to make sure.
Gnawing hunger! Victory's in sight! Lead belchers! Oh yes! Golgfag Maneater!
Come on, Gnoblars, let's go! Make yourselves useful. Oh, is that army losses? It's close. Am I still earning tickets? No, I'm... Oh, they actually stopped me from earning tickets, those sons of bitches. Okay, well, let's just start taking posts to mess with them. I think between all of my shooting units, there's nothing he can do to stop me at this point. That was a fun siege. Let's see. Joe Miller, Sotek, you mentioned new dwarf lore for the old world. What is it? I haven't had the bug, can't find a good answer online. There's a number of things that get brought up. Probably the most interesting things aren't necessarily about the dwarves themselves. There were a couple of interesting tidbits of kind of updating various war machines and stuff. So they kind of talk about some of the various machines that the dwarves are working on, which excites a good number of people because it's oh, they're adding in new types of concepts for what sort of things the dwarves are inventing. They went in and really took another look at what are all the potential things the dwarves might invent as far as fun war machines go. So there's a whole thing on recategorizing all of the different airships, recategorizing the different ocean naval ships and the airborne flying ships. So making all the different classifications and making them all canon and saying what was the focus of this one? What's the focus of this one? What's the focus of this one? Which was a fun job. They also added in some really substantial new lore for things that aren't the dwarfs themselves, but are, kind of adjacent to the dwarfs. The biggest one, in my opinion, being that they have a whole thing about how the Thorgrim Grudgebearer has become aware of reports that the dwarfs of Zarnagrand and the vampire counts of Sylvania have been talking to each other. So that there have been emissaries traveling back and forth, and that there is something happening between the Chaos Dwarfs and the Vampire Counts. There's a building alliance that is going to result in something, which is super fucking terrifying. The Dwarfs also got some kind of newer toys that kind of talk about kind of their land train type stuff. like the machines they use to travel great distances and like the underway and like their big mining machines and stuff like that, which was cool. They added in a new type of oh, okay, we finished our contract, so we don't need to give this to him. But I do want to kill Nordland because fuck Nordland. So let's gift a client. Satisfied client. Oh, dang it. I had a bounty. I could have doubled up on money. God damn it. Well, I'm not smart. That's okay. So, we got some more experience. So, now that we've completed a contract, we have an option. We can either turn in our contract right now, which will let us move on to new contracts, because you can see we have a bunch of new contracts already waiting for us. So we can turn it in right now, or we could stay on the contract and do a couple more turns of, like, fighting the people we want to fight through him. But let's see what's on offer. So the Ice Court is offering the Strong-Hearted, so we could make a Maneater unit that becomes unbreakable when their leadership starts wavering. If we work for Hawkland, we could just get a burger, which, like, whatever. But Hawkland would want us to fight Festus. The Ice Court would want us to fight the Bearsonlings. And the Brotherhood of the Bear would want us to fight Azazel. I'm kind of tempted to fight Azazel because we could get Azazel's trait, but I'm also kind of tempted to fight Festus. So I'm gonna think about that for a second while I pop a squat here. Oh yeah, I'm too far away from my camp. There we go. How dare you say no to a burger? It's not that kind of burger! Let's see. Does it line up with any of our contracts? So this one, the Ice Court wants us to capture Vetevo. So we could double up, which that would be nice because that would give us an extra 5 grand. So we could double up by accepting the Ice Court contract and then also doing this bounty would give us a bigger payday. But we wouldn't get like a cool lord trait out of it, but I'm kind of, and to be fair, we're doing very well financially at the moment. It is offering meat as well though, and I could really use the meat. So I'm thinking, let's go ahead and turn in this contract.
Got the gold, then.
So that gave us, so we can either stay at war or make peace with all of our clients' enemies. I'm gonna stay at war because I want to keep punching Dieter. I want to keep punching Nordland in the face, for a minute. But I am going to equip the borrowed bird cage, and we also got a scroll of blast. As for new contracts, I think we are gonna, well, the Ice Court contract pays terribly. So no, I guess we're not gonna do that. Terror Jordan, it's almost like there was a silent buff for lead belchers. In 3 battles, they've almost answered. No, lead belchers have always been super good. Lead belchers have always been incredibly good. They just require you to make sure you position them somewhere where they can very effectively take advantage of like the terrain in order to do their job, and be able to, like, you know, pew pew everyone without being interrupted or bothered. And I think that's something a lot of people unfortunately tend to struggle with, is that they don't have the easiest time making sure their lead belchers are standing in the correct spot, which results in people accidentally nerfing their lead belchers and not getting very good use out of them. Oh, I forgot to get a bruiser. Yeah, let's get a bruiser. So we can get a big daddy which gives us plus 10 charge bonus. Flabby gives us 15% extra mass and 20 armor, which is quite good. Maw Preacher is not that great. Yeah, sure, I'll take a Flabby one. So we'll have him join Golgfag's army. Why don't we take the Hockland contract? Because we're pretty close by. And Festus has an amazing trait for... because he gives you all that sweet, sweet, sweet healing. Joe Miller, any chance for Age of Sigmar lore videos, please? At some point, yeah. I have to kind of get back into making lore videos. I haven't done like dedicated lore videos in a hot while. I kind of got to get back into the groove of it. Eliminate Azthrul. Oh, that's a goblin nearby. Okay. I suppose that's something we can consider. Alright, I don't want to use that last slot because I want to save it for something else. Let's go pick up the Bruiser. And then we're gonna hire some more lads. And that should give us enough guys that we can go start drop kicking Nurgle boys. Yeah, because we could get the Gnoblar building, but I'd rather have the Maneater building. We do have a bit of excess meat, so let's pass. We're gonna pass some meat over here. I was hoping it would be enough to get this to tier 2, but it's not. So we'll just do... let's do this one. That gives us 2 Ogre army abilities, no matter how big our Ogre army is. Suggested to Mercy Madness in the CA Discord that Wolfric should essentially get Arball's mechanic. I would not do it exactly like Arball's mechanic. I would do more of a hybridization of Arball's mechanic and Skulltaker's mechanic. Because Wolfric is not the same as Arball. Where Arball is that, like, he's the greatest... Like, he's like a great mighty warrior, and he wants to fight other great mighty warriors, so he kind of like shows up around the world, kicking ass, chewing bubblegum. So, I disagree, but I am totally down for when characters have very similar mechanics. However, I am a strong believer that when possible, we should try to make sure that their mechanics are unique and interesting to them. I really want a hunter, actually. And then we'll go fight. Strong is good. Farter is not what I want right now. Flabby is actually really good on hunters because they don't have very much armor. But strong gives basically the same. It gives pretty much the same amount, but better melee buffs. Okay, we'll take strong. Okay, so we're gonna pick up our hunter, then we're gonna run off. I'm gonna pick up blood vultures because blood vultures are fucking amazing. For a low tier unit, they get shit done. I actually really like vultures. What are the big names we still have here? Defeat undead, win 5 battles, win with another hero. Okay, we'll get that one. Win against Skaven for immunity to flanking. Defeat an army with 5 missile units. Win an army with 5 lead belchers. Oh, we got another Longstrider. That sucks. I really don't like Longstrider on my heroes. The hunter we got is win a battle against greenskins, win with 2,500 kills, win a battle with 5 saber tusks. Okay, so that's something we will work on getting. We're not going to do it just yet because Festus is not a casual opponent. You want to make sure you kind of try hard. Guts of Rivia. You think Volton will ever show up? And if he does, how will they handle the Galmaraz situation? I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Vultan's ever gonna be in the game. Oh, I think my employer just died. Whoops. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, easy come, easy go. I'm gonna make peace with my client, because that is not my problem. Razor Sack the Black Pit. Oh, and I could get this is a new Ogre item. Or a new item. I actually don't think this is Ogre specific. I think this is generic. The Sky Titan String. Shield Breaker on my Hunter would be so sexy. I want better bribes. Well then. Who can we work for now? We can work for Middenheim, which would be perfect, because then I could focus on doing that bounty from Middenheim. So yeah, I'm gonna go work for Boris. Let's see. The Gold Wizard, accompanying the Imperial envoys, is almost certainly meant to convey the wealth at the client's disposal, but does everything in his power to express his displeasure at the task, to the collective annoyance of both the Ogre mercenaries and the Imperials with him. The Burgher in the delegation concludes the negotiation before the Wizard has the chance to transmute the Ogre's cauldron into some prancing, meat-spewing monstrosity. Alright, so, we look over here and go, oh wow, I'm working for Middenheim now, but it's kind of a long way over there. I don't really want to spend like 3 or 4 turns walking all the way to Middenheim. But that's what this button's for. Whenever you get a client, you can just simply click once per contract. You could choose the Travel to Client button. And I'm going to travel to, I think Middenheim would be the fastest route to the Black Pit. So we're going to travel to Middenheim. Poof. And teleport. And we're going to haul ass to the Black Pit. I actually have 2 bounties against the Black Pit. Because Larlorn wants me to kill Azrael. Alright, I'm not going to destroy Larlorn Forest. Because I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that bounty. Oh, we're about to make so much bank. Oh, we are about to make so much bank. And since there's nobody near here that needs to hire ogres, I'm going to empower my camp a little bit. Let's grab ourselves some beasties to make our camp a bit nastier. But yeah, I don't think Vultan's ever going to show up. Honest to goodness. I think we're gonna get Luther Huss. I think we're gonna get Ludwig Schwarzhelm. I think we're gonna get Kurt Hellborg. I think we're gonna get Boris Todbringer. I think we're gonna get our Ulrich. But I don't think we're gonna get Vultan. Vultan is like, he's such a messy character. Oh, you're approaching me? You're approaching me of your own free will, Mr. Griebitz. I could, oh, by the way, for your Maneater buffs, Golgfag does count as a Maneater, so you can put the buffs on him, which is nice. I could auto-resolve this and effortlessly destroy you. But I'm not going to, because that's a little boring. I'll do it myself. But I'm still going to effortlessly destroy you. Yeah, because, like, if you add in Vultan, it's like you got to make Galmaraz, like, a weapon that can be passed around. Because it would be weird to have 2 characters wearing it at the same time in the same faction. I would be like, well, that's dumb. So and like, Vultan's also really tricky because there's a bunch of different versions of Vultan. Because there's Vultan there are 3 different Vultan models. There's Vultan as a boy, or like a teenager, where he's got 2 smith's hammers, and he's got like really long hair, and he's all like young and cool and shit. Then there's older Vultan, who's wearing armor, and I believe he has Galmaraz, and he's on foot. And then there's like the finale Vultan, who's older, he's got a beard, long hair, Galmaraz, he's like really heavily armored up, and he's on a horse. But there's like, all of the different Vultan models are like Vultan at different stages in his life. Which never really made sense for the timeline, because even in the Storm of Chaos, the idea was like Vultan was found at a pretty young age. So the idea that he just kind of like... so like, it's weird when you see his model seeming to suggest that it's like, oh yeah, no, it makes it seem like he had like 40 years of development, like he was born a long time ago and is like slowly risen up the ranks and everything, but it doesn't actually work out like that in any of his stories. So it's a really weird disconnect between like the model and the design, which I've never been a fan of. And I'm as much as people might not like hearing it, I'm also very much of the opinion that I don't think Vaultin adds anything of value to the game. Like, he made sense for the Storm of Chaos storyline, but like I just don't find him to be a very interesting or compelling character, because it's like, oh, he's Sigmar reborn and his destiny is to die. Like, the whole point of Vaultin is he's supposed to show up and be like, Sigmar's so cool, and then it's like, oh, twist, when he gets murdered by Archaon. Because that's his whole thing, is that he's destined to get his ass handed to him by Archaon. And I just don't find him very compelling, because the whole point of his character is that he's a twist. Mithril Blade, thank you so much for the super chat. Came late, so starting from the beginning. So you're saying that Skaven meat would eventually teach ogres how to barbecue? Yeah, probably. To make it like kind of palatable. Yeah, I mean, there's a story about how there was like a big Skaven incident in the Mountains of Morn, and the ogres, after they defeated them, they had a big rat roast, because making Skaven palatable often involves rather heavily like seasoning and cooking them. But yeah, so to put into perspective how dumb Vaultin is, in my opinion, think about like how bad. Imagine if you were watching Arcane, right? A lot of you have probably seen Arcane. I'm not gonna like directly say what happens in case like for some reason you haven't watched it yet and you want to, in which case, you know, get on it. It's been out for a while now. But imagine if you watched Arcane and you had all the buildup around Echo, right? It's like, oh, Echo the boy saver, oh, Echo, da, da, da. And like, imagine instead of the big payoff that you get with Echo about like everything he does and like the legendary, you know, moment that he has, imagine if in the big like finale scene he just like runs up to the villain and just like they fight for like a couple seconds and they're like, oh, it's finally here, the big moment, and then he just dies. Like, he just gets his ass kicked and he just dies and doesn't actually do anything. And everyone goes like, oh, how could it be so? How could Vaultin have died? And that's like the entire narrative. Because that's basically what they did to Vaultin. Vaultin's a cool character in concept, but like as far as like his actual purpose and his writing, he's really dumb. I was hoping I'd get to take a pot shot at the shaman, but he's not coming to play with me, and it makes me sad. Ooh, good shot. Alright, y'all know the drill. Kill them all. I don't like all those pump wagons. Pigeon bombs! I'm gonna let my carrion build up from deaths for a minute. Because carrion get absolutely hilarious if they've had enough time to build up. Feasting frenzy! Oh, they're shooting my birds. Ow. All right, birds, you're up.
Mercenary Maneater. Going over there.
Shoot that shaman.
The legend. Chasing prey. Prepare the meat. Greatest dog of war.
I really want that buff.
Let Belcher. Maneater. Take it all. Carve the meat. Of slaughter.
There we go. Meat, 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 meat.
The gut magic. Yes. Scarpa. Maneater.
Let the pigeon bombs. Pigeons!
Master Predator. Stop them to death. Tracker, trapper, killer. The hunt continues.
Ooh, I'm not in a good place. Orc pigeons are painful. More lightning!
Moors on our side. Beat them down.
The Mars on our side!
Follow the blood. When do we eat? Let Belcher.
Turning your back on lead belchers? That's not very smart.
Stalker of prey.
Cut them all, lads!
Might pan out okay.
Shoot this goblin in the back of the head.
Going our way. Looks like they're flagging.
You dead? Nope, you're still alive. Impressive.
Senseless.
Well, don't let him get away. Kill him! We got mouths to feed.
All right. Ready for dinner. Great Moor.
I didn't raise no lazy asses.
Give me a word. Chopper of entrails. The gut magic. More shows the way. Victory's inside. Get over there. Keeping on them.
Ma, I didn't raise no quitters.
Sticking it to them. Gut magician.
Get him!
Golgfag Maneater. Killing for victory.
Tanner Jordan with the new Hinterlands province, not region, but province. Do you think we'll get a Koresh as the next race pack over end? I think it's 50-50. I mean, if the rumors that I've heard are true, which, you know, take that with a massive grain of salt because rumors are rumors. It's supposed to be like, it's supposed to be like Talea next. Like Talea Dogs of War stuff. Not like an Eastern faction. Though I would be super happy to be wrong on that. But yeah, I don't know. It is certainly interesting that they've started expanding into Koresh. Even more so that they didn't like put a character there. They just kind of like added it for funsies. Because, you know, I personally would have, if they were just adding for the sake of adding and there wasn't like a future kind of scheme for it, I would have much preferred like new Nagaroth stuff. Or new Lustria stuff, like, or, you know, adjusting the map over there a bit more than opening up Koresh, unless there's like a scheme going on, which I hope there is, because that would make me very happy. That would make me the happiest girl in the world. 1912. Kill as many as you can! Eat them up, beat them up, beat them up, beat them up! But, have I seen the fan project for the Naga? Yes, I have. It's something I actually really want to, like, talk about with Andy. As far as, like, talking about the Naga. Because I saw a very interesting, comment on his... Because I watched his Ask Andy Anything stream, because I love when Andy does those. And I was watching it, there was an interesting comment from someone on there about, like, the Naga. And about, like, how... what Naga are in like real world mythology versus what they are in how they seem to be portrayed in Warhammer Fantasy, which is very different. Because what I found really interesting is that the team behind the fan Naga project made one of the most nightmarish, horrifying, grotesque, disgusting factions that we've seen for the setting. Like the ones that they introduce are like the ideas they introduced are insanely gross, and I love it. But what I find particularly interesting is that it's a native team. Like, everyone that worked on that Naga project are from are from like Southeastern Asia and the cultures that would inspire what the Naga would be. Because the person that kind of brought up the comment was like, oh, well, like, the Naga in a lot of historical mythology are often more benevolent. They're often not these like horrifying, grotesque, man torturing / eating or whatever monsters. You know, they're usually a more benevolent depiction. Whereas the Warhammer ones seem like they're going to be like really horrifying because they're often referred to as like the Blood Naga, and they're like really scary. So like, you know, is that like a worrying depiction of like Games Workshop taking mythological race from like another culture and turning them into big evil spooky monsters when maybe they shouldn't be? But then, oh good, Nordland's dead. But then, you know, when you take into account the fact that it's like, well, you know, a group of native writers and artists made something that was like 10 times worse than anything I've seen in Warhammer so far. Like, they, you know, they're like right out of like the absolute worst nightmares of a lot of the classic Warhammer Fantasy designs, which I think is great. So it's kind of one of those things that I find really interesting about that kind of stuff. I lost my special Maneaters. Yeah, the Chungus Bungus boys have sadly fallen. Lugan, what is the actual relationship between ogres and yetis in the modern day? So yetis are super interesting. I could do an entire Lorebeard stream on yetis because they're that fucking interesting. Because the thing about yetis is that when you look at them, you go, oh, it's like a race of like monkey men things that are like up in the mountains, and they're like all like rah! Or whatever. But if you do any digging into the lore behind them, the thing about the Yetis is that the Yetis are depicted as being a surprisingly sophisticated and like in-depth culture that we know nothing about. We don't know a single goddamn thing about them, other than apparently the Yetis have held on to the concept of that they have like an ancient relationship with the
says in first Sigmar audio play that something inch was the scariest thing he ever fought. I want to know what it is.
I believe it. Koresh is supposed to be kind of a nightmare realm. But the thing with the Yetis is that it talks about in the lore that there was some kind of ancient pact or alliance made between the Yetis and the ogres. And the Yetis remember it. Like, they're not like, oh, like we're not, you know, like, oh, whatever, it's not our problem. No, like they have held on to this ancient knowledge, and nobody remembers the pact. Like, there is nobody living anywhere to our understanding, there's nobody living in the Yeti culture, and there's nobody living in the ogre culture that remembers the pact that was made between them, because the Yetis are an offshoot of ogres. They're the same, they have the same ancestors, in that they were ogres that stayed in the ancient giant lands and mutated over time. But that relationship has stayed so strong that the ogres will carve great horns, like big old horns out of the tusks of large mammoths, and when they blow on the horns into the mountains, the Yeti, it's a call for aid, or a call that they're going to war, and the Yetis will answer. It talks about that, like, they blow the horns and it like reverberates into the mountains, and after a little bit there will start to be avalanches that come down from the frozen peaks of the mountains of Morn, or wherever it is the ogres happen to be, and riding the avalanches are the Yetis, because they can surf in avalanches, which is fucking hilarious and awesome at the same time, because I always just imagine it's like the opening from Sonic Adventure 2 battle. Like, you just hear like Escape from the City playing in the Yetis' heads as they're just like surfing down the mountainside like fucking Olympic athletes. But they come down and they help the ogres fight. Now granted, they get stuff out of it, you know, they get to eat and feast, and they seem to have a very similar culture to the ogres as far as like what are the things they value, being that they value meat, they value consumption. I would actually be willing to bet a lot of money that the Yetis also worship the Great Maw, but their version of worshiping the Great Maw is probably rather distinct compared to the ogres. I mean, the Yetis are said to have kings. There are Yeti kings, though granted that's not what the Yetis call their own kings. It's what people that run into them call them. So we don't know what the Yetis' culture is. We know nothing about it. Like, we don't know what they call themselves. We don't know what they call, like, what their hierarchy is. We don't know. Do they have settlements? Are they nomadic? You know, we have no fucking idea about any of that information, which is kind of exciting. Like, obviously it's a little disappointing, and it's something that I would very much like to see expanded, but on the other hand, it's actually really fun when there's a gap like that in the lore, because it means that you can kind of put wherever you want, whatever you want there, and it's something that can be filled later in time, which is cool. But yeah, we don't know a lot about them. Tanner, with the Ogre class and Darktide, we really need a Maneater character for Vermintide. Yes, please, God, yes. The second I saw the Ogre, I was like, where is my Ogre in Vermintide? Like, Fat Shark has established now that they can make an Ogre work in that kind of game, and it works really, really well. there is absolutely no reason that we cannot have an ogre, as far as I'm concerned. Like, come on, fat shark, get on it.
Golgfag the legend. Soaked in entrails. Most true.
All right, let's get all our characters in first.
The gut magic. Golgfag Maneater. Who needs bruising? Mercenary Maneater.
Come on, buds! Why are we getting point blank? Whatever. I got all excited for a second because I was like, oh my god, there are trolls in this army! Because, but then I remembered I was playing... Oh, that's not gonna be good. Okay, missed him. Because when you're playing Scrag the Slaughterer, one of his big names requires you to kill an army with ogre or trolls in it, but then I remembered I'm playing Golgfag. So that is sadly not the case. I don't care that I'm fighting ogres or trolls. And you get make yourselves useful. Let's go! There's like one more unit of orcs somewhere in this city that is not... Oh, there they all are. I'll pigeon bombs to antagonize them in a moment. Pigeon bombs! There it goes. I was like, I just need to love tap them with something. Cole Patterson, how bad or good are ogres really to their Gnoblars? It depends. Most Gnoblars are treated very, very poorly. They are basically a slave class. They do menial labor for the ogres that the ogres don't want them to. They are often just kind of like kicked or sat on or stomped. They're not as cruel actively as like orcs are to goblins. Ogres don't seem to find as much entertainment in like terrorizing them. You know, ogres tend to either kind of just ignore them and forget they're there, or they'll eat them. You know, if they're like starving, they might, you know, start eating them. But most of the time they just kind of treat them as like the help, in a, you know, a pretty unflattering sense, where they're like, yeah, you know, whatever, they're there. but so they're not treated especially great, but they're also not treated especially terrible, I guess is what I would say. That being said, there is a good amount of variance because a lot of ogres will become known for having favorite Gnoblars, like Gnoblars that they're rather emotionally attached to. And when that happens, they tend to treat those Gnoblars really, really well. Those Gnoblars will, like, become their little bosses. Like, Grease's Goldtooth, for instance, has a Gnoblar, I can't remember his name, but Grease's Goldtooth has a little Gnoblar that's, like, his announcer. So, like, he's like a little goofball that, often is responsible for kind of, like, running ahead and being like, presenting his blah, 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 you know, all his titles and all that stupid shit. So it just depends on the character. Like, Golgfag Maneater is a good example of Golgfag Maneater does not give a shit about Gnoblars. He has, like, some pretty little famous moments where he is very easy come, easy go with his Gnoblars, and if they die, they die, and he doesn't give a shit, and he doesn't really consider them worth dealing with or worrying about. Scrag the Slaughterer got in a bunch of trouble because of a Gnoblar. There was the whole incident where Scrag didn't mean to do it because he did it by accident. But Scrag the Slaughterer was cooking up a Gnoblar as part of, like, a whole, like, presentation, like a thing for his boss. And he did not look at that. I've got 2 different contracts for Kazrak. Hell yeah. It's time for some goat. But there was, like, a whole thing where Scrag cooked his tyrant's favorite Gnoblar. He didn't realize it was his tyrant's favorite Gnoblar, but he cooked up his tyrant's favorite Gnoblar and served it to him, which was the way the tyrant responded. Apparently, socially, it was about the equivalent to a chef accidentally cooking up his king's favorite dog, like his favorite pet dog, and trying to feed it to him. Because when the tyrant realized what Gnoblar Scrag had cooked, the tyrant was, like, furious. Like, he was beside himself with anger, to the point that he not only banished Scrag, but also he chopped off and ate both of Scrag's hands in revenge. And he also had Scrag sealed in the caves beneath their tribe, which is a death sentence. Like, that should have killed Scrag. But obviously Scrag is favored by the Great Maw. So he was able to survive through just, like, sheer brutality and willpower. But a fair amount of ogres get pretty well attached to Gnoblars, but it just depends. Like, another good example is Gark Ironskin, who a lot of people want as the 4th legendary lord for the Ogre Kingdoms, and I am one of those people. Gark Ironskin hates Gnoblars. He despises them, like, on a deep level, to the point that the Ironskin tribe does not have Gnoblars. He flat out, like, he led an extermination campaign in his tribe and wiped them out. Like, he deliberately exterminated all of the Gnoblars, to the point that he had a bunch of iron blasters brought down to be able to fit the cannons into, like, the crevices of the mountains where the Gnoblars were hiding, because the ogres couldn't fit. The ogres couldn't get into those crevices because they were too small. Or the ogres were too big. And so Scrag sent for this other ogre, who came over and basically used a bunch of iron blasters by pressing the iron blaster nuzzles up against the crevices, and fired them into the mountains to obliterate all the Gnoblars that were hiding in there, because Gark hates them that much. So it just depends on the ogre.
war. Going over there. Maneater.
Come here, Kazrak. I want to fuck you up.
Can't wait, boss.
Written so. Maneater awake.
I'm not gonna have enough time to fire, am I? Oh. Come on. It's annoying when the character's like running past him. Whatever, I'll just shoot the wizard. Oh, I didn't charge. Whoops. Would you please shoot? Vultures, make yourselves useful. Oh my god, he's like caught in the animation. Shoot your gun! Jesus, alright. I'm gonna go kill this guy now.
Legend! Behold, gastromancy! Time to die! Show me your gun! The tracker! The quarry is mine! Mercenary Maneater! Master Predator!
See if we can hit these guys with a big old lightning bolt. Nice. Oh, that was a good blast.
Victory's in sight.
Kazrak is kind of a tough cookie.
Crush 'em. My pen out okay.
Ah, he actually put up a good fight. I was not able to kill him conventionally.
Scouting. Shrewd.
Alright, see if I can get to the max tier.
Away. Mopping up time.
Get out of my way, you stupid fuck.
Sticking it to them. Golgfag Maneater. Ready for dinner.
Shoot him.
Always got powers. War's on our side. Maneater.
There it is. Big heals. I was under the impression Gnoblars love ogres? No. No. Gnoblars need ogres, but I would not say that they love ogres. There's a notable thing of that. When the Gnoblars first came to the ogres, they were basically choosing who was going to enslave them. And they came to the decision kind of collectively that it was better to be a slave of the ogres, who were kind of asshole-ish sometimes, and they would bully you, and they might eat you. But that was kind of it. Whereas the Chaos Dwarfs, who were also coming down on the Gnoblars at the time, were like 1,000 times worse. So the Gnoblars kind of had to pick. They could either be enslaved by the ogres, or they could be enslaved by the Chaos Dwarfs, and they decided to go with the ogres. Which, if you know anything about Chaos Dwarfs, you would know they probably made the right decision. Is the cleaver icon no longer the healing? Yeah, no, they rearranged the icons for some reason. The cleaver is now the anti-movement one, and the like ogre eating somebody image is now the heal. Look how much money we have. Good lord. Yeah, we've satisfied a client. Oh, I have to eliminate him? I don't know why they didn't count as eliminating him, but alright.
Golgfag Maneater.
I guess I have to, like, actually destroy him. Cast him into the fire! We'll just all resolve this victory, guys.
No. Slit their throats.
Oh, that was such a payout, dude. 25. That gave us 5,000 extra gold. We're rolling in dough. Alright, let's go ahead and get... Let's get our final point healer.
That'll do nicely.
Because I like when my troops don't die. Let's grab this for the leadership buff, and we can get Foe Seeker. Why don't you get another point larger gut plate?
Biggest around.
Alright, so that finished our Empire contract. The two other contracts that we have available this turn are not that interesting, so I'm not going to take either of those right now.
World Walker.
Capture R now? I might do that.
Golgfag. I'm gonna nap.
I want to deploy a camp, I think, on Middenheim's turf. Or do I want to deploy it on Larlorn's turf? Who's gonna make more money in the long run? I feel like Larlorn will make more money in, like, the long run if they don't die. But Middenheim will make more money in the long run if the elves do die.
Golgfag the legend.
So I guess let's put it... Yeah, Middenheim usually gets destroyed. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So let's go about here, and we're going to deploy a new camp.
Ogre Tyrant. The boss.
Ooh, look at the starting army this one got. A Gorger, Saber-Tusk Pack, Leadbelchers, Bulls with Iron Fist. That's pretty good. That's a good mix.
Victory.
Alright,
Now we
and we're going to send this new camp just a little bit of meat. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I forgot that I already sent meat this turn. I don't want to get rid of any more meat. That's fine.
mercenary lord.
Alright, I'm in a little defensive stance. I need a shitload of saber tusks, because my hunter has a big name that he'll get if we win a battle with 5 or more saber tusks. Let's see. Would Yeti and Thundertusk be thematic for Scragg's army? Yeah, I think so.
You need
Wait.
a hand again.
I mean, he's kind of like the Beast Lord character. No, I'm not non-aggression. I don't do non-aggressions when I'm playing Scragg. Scragg is not able to make alliances in a traditional fashion. Like, he literally can't. He just cannot make alliances. That's one of his faction mechanics. He can't make alliances with other factions. So, like, the highest you can get is, like, non-aggression. And, like, trade agreements. But I generally don't think they're worth it.
Won't go
Generally, I should say.
with me. Happening 'cause I said so. Tyrant. No one else touch it.
Alright, why don't you get that? Actually, no, let's do the butcher one first.
Boss.
And I want to get more ogres. Can you use him in co-op? Yes, you can use him in co-op. Though it's a little funky, but you can use him. Your contracts are still randomized. But you will get contracts from your fellow player. No, I meant to say Scrag because I was answering a question. I didn't take Gnoblars. I didn't take Gnoblars to be that smart. They always struck me as like snotlings, kind of doing stuff on instinct. No, Gnoblars are relatively intelligent for like how small they are. they're like fairly, you know, they're pretty typical goblin intelligence. Goblins are not a very smart species, generally speaking, but that's not because they can't be smart, but often that, you know, they tend to be more on the clever side of things. But Gnoblars are pretty intelligent. You know, they're not like, Gnoblars are not like Snotlings. Snotlings are incredibly stupid little creatures. Hold on, let me see if we've got any interesting things here. Camp Quartermaster. If we go to war with Clan Molder, I'm down to fight Clan Molder. Yeah, that sounds fun. Mindenheim, your contract is complete.
Nice doing business with ya.
I will make peace, because then what I can do is I can go to Mindenheim.
Come then. Only Sigmar's god, Ulrich, can judge it worthy.
And I can say, hey bro, I'll join your war. Only 600 gold. What about Laurelorn? Will you pay me more?
The Deepwood protects its sons and daughters.
Oh, you're not at war with the Black Pit, you just don't like them. Okay, fine, I'll go to Mindenheim then.
That'd be good.
Oh wait, I can't declare war on them without getting in trouble. So I don't want to do that. Well, that's fine. I didn't want to do that bounty anyway. Longship Graveyard. I'm not going to R now, so we can cancel that one. Because I'm gonna accept the Kislev contract. Let's see, a company of grizzled Kislevite veterans has delivered an offer from their masters. Mercenaries are intrigued by the Kislevite scars and missing limbs. The chief perpetrator seems to be Frostbite, but also too many desperate battles for these leather-skinned men to count on their slightly fingerless hands. Poor Kislev, damn. All right, we're gonna send a little bit of meat. Oh wait, the Mindenheim camp has 700 meat. Oh, okay. They got plenty of meat to start doing stuff. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do this. Do that. And yeah, y'all can have a Gnoblar building and that. I am going to teleport to Zavastra because that'll get me close to my base camp, so I can walk into its area of effect, which will let me. So I need 2 more saber tusks. So let's get rid of the regular Gnoblars. Pick up those lads. Grab that so I can start getting fire bellies. And then you can recruit an Ogre Bull for yourself. And we're looking good! Are there penalties for canceling an accepted contract? No. If you have a contract that you want out of, you could just break the contract and it's not a big deal. Now, if you were like to declare war on the guy who gave you your contract, that could cause problems. That would end the contract and you would get in trouble. But you can cancel a contract without problems. How does camp moving work? What are its restrictions? So I've actually been talking to CA about this, and they're going to be changing it in a future patch, which is good. The way it currently works now is that you would click on a camp, and you click this button here, which says Pack Up Camp. And what it does is the camp vanishes from the map for about 5 turns, and then after 5 turns, you can deploy it anywhere you want, where you have a character. So you would just pick a character and you'd go back to recruit camp, and here on this menu you would see down here like your camps that you've already had before, and you would redeploy it, and it would redeploy with exactly the same meat, units, character, and everything, and buildings. So it would be the exact same camp, other than it would be, you know, down a couple guys, it would just be in a new place. The thing I don't like about it though is that it takes a really long time. 5 turns in campaign is like eons. So that feels kind of bad. When you want to like move a camp and it's like, oh well, you gotta wait. And so you're kind of just waiting and waiting. So I've I've already chatted with CA about it, along with some other content creators, and basically what's been pushed, and I believe CA has agreed to it, and it's something they're gonna do in a future patch, is they're gonna make it where, like, I think the goal is gonna change it so it's more like 3 turns or 4 turns, but you'll have certain techs you can do, or things you can get in the tech tree that'll reduce it. So it'll either be 5 turns at the start and you can bring it down, or it'll be also less turns and you can still bring it down. So yeah. So here's a situation where I'm gonna go to war with someone that my employer would rather me not, and we're gonna see if it actually affects their relations. So the Jade Custodians do not have a bad relationship with Kislev, but I am going to start a war despite the fact that I'm working for someone else,
I have wars to fight. Not
because I see a juicy caravan and I want to num it up. After the quality of reworks and mechanics introduced with Thrones of Decay and Omens of Destruction, says Screepy1, do you wish/think they will go back over Shadows of Change? So, yes, but not in that sense. I do think that they have looked at what they've done with Shadows of Change and went, we like this, and the community likes this, and everyone is happy. Good job, us. But I also think they're very keenly aware of the fact that much of the community is very sad that these efforts were not repeated with the likes of Tzeentch. Because, like, Tzeentch did get better, but especially Kislev and Grand Cathay. Once again, they have gotten better. Caravans for Cathay are now substantially improved, as well. And, you know, they also added some, like, new locations. Like, they've been making consistent improvements, but it's definitely, you know, it didn't happen all at once, which would have been nice. But I do think they're keenly aware of how a lot of the community feels about it, and they would very, very much like to, you know, make it where people are excited to play every faction. I have sat in on talks about, like, ideas for Kislev and Grand Cathay and all of that jazz. And it's definitely something they're looking forward to doing. We're just not there yet. We're just not there yet. So, all things in good time, which I know is not something people like to hear. A lot of people are like, I want it fixed now, but, you know, that's unfortunately just not a realistic request at this time. However, I do feel very, very strongly that you're not going to have to wait too long before CA has some really cool stuff to show on that. I mean, I've been working on some proposals for these factions and ways to make them better, so hopefully that's something that we'll see very, very soon. But do I think they're going to do reworks on those factions that'll bring them kind of more up to par? Absolutely, 100%. I think people are just gonna have to be a little patient. Which, once again, I know that's not what you want to hear, but I think that's just the blunt truth of the matter.
Mercenary Maneater! Golgfag Maneater!
Run them down, kiddies! Run them down! Y'all just shoot anybody that breaks free of the fight, I guess.
Golgfag Maneater! I've got powers! Meat Harvester!
Resistant little buggers, weren't they? Get our butcher healed up, I guess. You dead yet? Nope. Okay, there you go. Kill them all, boys. Kill them all. All right, break it up, break it up. Give him some room to breathe. Oh, he got away with 1 hit point? Well, he's earned it at that point. Man got away with a single hit point. Good, that'll be a good payday. I like how they have a quote here from Caradryan, even though the whole point of Caradryan is supposed to be that he doesn't talk. Thank you for the follows and subs, by the way. I really appreciate it. Hope y'all are having a fun time just seeing stuff showcased. So I'm curious from y'all's perspective of watching this. How are y'all feeling about Golgfag? It's campaign, I should say. I think the fastest way to fastest way to help him will be to go north. Like, are you looking at this and you're like, hell yeah? Are you looking at this and you're like, oh, that's kind of interesting? Like, I'm curious. All right, so we got our big name, so I don't need this many saber tusks anymore. So we'll try and keep the ones that have the highest amount of experience, and we'll kill the rest. Let's get rid of the regular ogre. Let's pick up some dual weapons because we're gonna need them. Pretty cool. Maybe you wrote it down. Maybe. Looks cool, but I'm not really interested in ogres. That's fair. Can't wait to play. Excited. Looks better than it was before. Looks fun. My plan is to do This Is Total War campaign with it. That'll be interesting. Astromancer skill line is so unfortunate. What do you mean by the Astromancer skill line? Do you mean just like the butcher stuff?
Godzilla 20211 cheered. X100. With the bounties and contracts, dude is an absolute money maker. And ogres seem to be very fun to play now.
That is all very true. All right. Before I get... Okay, so we do have the dilemma here. So we could do... I don't like the change to tolerance to toxins, I'll be honest. This is a change they made to the this ability. It used to give you, I think, like 10% extra health. Now it gives you a 5% ward save and 5 melee defense. I kind of wish it would go back to 10% health. I'm not a huge fan of this change. But it's borderline impossible. I think nobody in their right mind will ever not pick Feastmaster, because Feastmaster just gives you regen. Like, the only time I would not take Feastmaster is on an ogre with the lore of the Great Maw, because at least with the lore of the Maw, like your spell passive is that you regenerate. So with that one, I would probably go like Befouler, which gives you poisoned attacks, which is really nice. But I think if you're doing Death, Heavens, or Beasts, like, you'd be a fool not to do regen. Like, I feel like they need to buff the other ones, because it's like, oh, you expect me to pick anything that's not regen? You're fucking insane. Alright, let's send a bunch of meat to our Norden camp, so that we can get... I kind of want to upgrade it because I want to get to high tier Maneaters sooner rather than later. But we are going to go ahead, I think, and hire a new general because I can afford it. Do we want a paymaster or a slaughter master next? Do y'all think? I don't think I want a tyrant next. Oh my god, there's another caravan. And it's another minor Kislevet faction. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. I don't even need the money, but like, I don't know, you're just shaking it in front of my face all tantalizingly like that? You know what to blame but yourself, Cathay. Putting that caravan out in front of me. All sexy like, I don't have the willpower to say no. I just can't do it. Paymaster, okay, y'all want to see the Paymaster. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. All right, let's go ahead and grab Renowned and Feared. Let's get the skill that makes our guys unbreakable. Where you going from our Tyrant or our Bruiser, and then our Hunter. We're gonna grab Scarred Veteran. How are we doing on big names? Kind of terrible with Golgfag, but that's fine. Still need to fight Undead, do a hero action. Fight Skaven, which we're about to do. Win a battle with 5 lead belchers. Alright, we're building up to that. Win a battle with 2,500 skills. That'll be easier once he's on a Stonehorn. As it currently stands, it's a little insane to do. Oh, I forgot my new skills. You... Titan String. Other Trickster Shard, we can slap on... Whoops. Slap on you for now. We'll take the Armor of Fortune. Let's put our Hunter in the Armor of Silvered Steel, because he needs the extra armor. Gnoblar Chief, I think we'll put on that camp back over here. This Tyrant to make... Because he's probably going to have decent amount of Gnoblars. Protectory, let's go ahead and get Sinew Bindings. I do need a hero to perform a hero action so I can get Bragg the Gutsman, but we're not quite there yet, I guess. We will... Yeah, let's go ahead and get our Paymaster, because I saw a really sexy looking Paymaster, which is this one, the Cunning Ogre Paymaster. Which is great, because he has poison, which is excellent. And it past your bedtime, you are not my mother. Sorry, I couldn't fulfill the contract. I was too busy eating caravans. Hey, I mean, that's the risk when you hire ogres, right? That they might be too busy feasting other places. Am I gonna get the Nemesis crown? I mean, if it runs in front of me. What do you want? Oh, you want peace, and you're gonna pay me 1,500 gold? 1,600 gold? You got it.
There remains no barriers to agreement.
Done. Joshua King, it's going well, my dude. How are you doing? Oh, and the burning nomads died. I love when my actions don't have consequences. That is truly the best feeling. All right, let's send some more meat to Norden. It's a tit-bit nipply. Let's see. I didn't send him enough to build anything. Oh, I sent to the wrong camp because I'm stupid. Great. I love that I'm an idiot. Let's do this so I can get lead belchers. I'm gonna move an encampment stance because I still need some healing, but we are on the way. We got 4 turns to complete this contract. We got this. We got this. Grab those, get rid of that.
Useless, get it. Got it. Do what I say. Paymaster.
Paymaster, you can pick up another one to eat both of those. And let's also pick up a unit of bulls with dual weapons.
Tyrant of the tribe.
Our Tyrant leveled up, so we'll get Draft Master, which gives him more local capacity, which is awesome.
Count 'em in.
I think it's only for him.
Obey me or
Oh, no.
your dinner.
Okay, I don't know why it didn't really work, but whatever. Maybe it's next turn. Okay. What are our contracts for? Defeat Scrot the Insane. How convenient! He's right in front of me. And we get the Dragonhide banner, which is super fucking good. 20% charge bonus and frostbite attacks? Hell yeah. I'm not going to the Black Pit anytime super soon. So let's go ahead and get rid of that contract. Because I'm not doing that. Yeah, ratty, ratty, ratty. Who's the bestest ogre poll in Twitch chat? I'm a Greasus boy. I can admit that safely to myself. This is a safe space. Guts of Rivia, how does Bragg find himself in ogre armies if he's hated by other ogres? He's not hated by other ogres. To make it clear, they don't hate him. They're disturbed by him, which is different. They find him to be uncomfortable to be around, but do not mistake that for hatred. I want to kill this guy before somebody else kills him so I can get my contract.
Golgfag.
Readies! This might fulfill our contract because that is a lot of rats, but here we go. Yeah, so Bragg the Gutsman, he makes other ogres profoundly uncomfortable, but because he's always roving around enjoying different tribes for battles and stuff, often what happens is a lot of the word of mouth about him is about how proficient of a killer he is and how skilled he is, which, to be fair, he can back it up. He is very, very good at what he does. Like, he is one of the best killers to be found among the ogres. So oftentimes an ogre tribe will pick him up because he has such a legacy of being like, oh, this guy's like dead hard. You know, this guy is fucking super spooky and he's like really powerful. And he kills people and he gets shit done. And so because of that, he'll join up with them and they'll be happy to have him for a while. But the thing with Bragg is Bragg enjoys killing so much that he will inevitably get into a situation where he ends up fighting or killing someone, and he does his kind of signature move, which his signature move, of course, being that he uses his gut gouger to basically get somebody, and then he swings the reason he's got that big hook on the blade is because he's gotten really good at swinging it, and it kind of latches around an ogre's gut plate, and then when he pulls on it, it's like a can opener. So it's like a big meaty hook that latches onto the gut plate, and then it rotates, and because he's pulling, it rips open all of the flesh around the gut plate, like a can opener opening a can, and when he pulls it off, the gut plate and the flesh under it gets ripped off the ogre and disembowels them. And disembowelment to ogres is profoundly terrifying. Like it brings out a profoundly uncomfortable, horrific sense of like, ugh, in ogres. They just can't stand it. It's such a horrible way to kill someone by their standards, because ogres are not built like humans. Even though they look kind of vaguely human adjacent, most of an ogre's organs is in their gut. So when an ogre is killed by disembowelment, there's a lot of shit that comes out. It's not just their intestines, it's other stuff too. And to make matters worse, it often takes them a long time to die that way. It's not a quick death. So it's messy, it's gross, and all ogres can kind of sort of relate to it in a way, because it's a pain they can all easily imagine. and it makes them cringe really, really hard. So when Scrag inevitably kills someone using his signature method, all of the ogres suddenly realize that this is not someone they want to have around because it's so grotesque and uncomfortable for them that they just can't take it. And they tell him to leave. And he goes, all right, like, fine, like, I'll go somewhere else. And he does. He pieces out. So it's kind of this whole situation of that he is so good and he's so skilled that a lot of people will hire him in spite of it, not realizing how bad it is until they witness it personally. And then when they witness it, they go, oh yeah, no, fuck this. Like, this guy can't stay here. Like, there's something profoundly wrong with this ogre. Which is saying a lot, because doing something that has the ogres as a culture being like, this guy is fucked up, like, he cannot be allowed to stay here, there is something deeply, deeply wrong with him, is very funny to me, and is excellent character building. Like, Bragg has a great character design, because the whole concept is that he just grosses out other ogres because he's so murderous, which is great. Get in there, Gnoblars! Get in my belly! I should probably finish killing this guy first. This little Warlock Master's putting up a bit of a fight. Little turd. Blood Vultures! Pick up the scraps. I actually had a battle off stream where I was fighting, I was messing around with a Scrag campaign, and I was fighting Belagar Ironhammer. But the problem was that Belagar had managed to get to, like, level 16, and Scrag did not have a lot of Winds of Magic. So I wasn't, like, particularly strong, and Belagar was basically invincible. Like, I threw a giant at him, and Belagar was just beating the shit out of the giant. And I was like, oh, I'm in trouble. And I ended up winning that battle purely because of Blood Vultures. Because I basically just had the Blood Vultures flying around, and they would just snipe out different dwarf units. So I would have like my, I'd have like Golgfag or Scrag and a couple of units of ogres running around the map constantly, just like, you know, dragging the dwarfs. I mean, the battle lasted for I think 45 minutes. It was a long fucking fight, and it was all just dealing with. A lot of it was just dealing with Belagar and his like rank 9 bullshit hammerers. And it ended up coming down to that the Blood Vultures, their mobility and the fact that they actually get like pretty, like, look at that, they have 63 melee attack once they get juiced up, because of this ability, Carrion Frenzy, which gives them plus 20 melee attack once enough people have died around them. They're a really fucking good unit.
But given how much interest Ogre has in eating what they put in their mouths, do they have any interesting quirk/superstition about defecation?
This is a weird thing to ask, but getting how interested ogres are in eating what they put in their mouths, do they have any interesting quirks on stupidcation about defecation? No! Which they really should. You know, like, considering, like, how focused they are on eating and, like, mass eating and all the things they digest, you would figure there would be more information about that. Like, because that would be an important part of the process. But no, there's not. And I suspect it's just because, like, GW never really thought seriously about it. To them, that part of the process would always just be like, ha ha ha, funny poop jokes. So I don't think they would ever even, I don't think they've ever even considered writing anything serious about it, even though it would be a serious topic, considering the types of things they eat. You know, it's like when you have ogres, when you have like fire bellies consume literal, actual, unironic lava as part of their, you know, eating process, there are gastrointestinal questions that need to be answered. About like how that affects their systems and like what, you know, what kind of things do they have to watch out for and yada 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 yada. Like I think if someone was ever going to write like a roleplay book or something, like a lore book or whatever, that was heavily focused on ogres, that is the kinds of questions that they would need to answer and discuss, is like what like, because ogres are so, you know, gastronomically focused. You know, everything about them, everything about their culture is focused on the gastrointestinal tract, that you need to understand what's going on in the intestines, not just the stomach. If they eat a demon, do they poop? Well, you can't eat demons most of the time, unfortunately. Eating a demon, when demons die, they just discorporate, is very, very difficult, and takes usually some pretty crazy shenanigans to make a piece of a demon stay physical after they die. Generally, they just kind of fade away, or dissolve into nothingness. But that being said, like, could they eat a demon and could it somehow get like trapped in their system? It's certainly possible. I wouldn't say that it's likely, but it's possible. Nice! We got the Rat Killer, big name. We got the Gut Crusher, big name. Long Drung Slayer Pirates and the Piggyback Knights.
Golgfag Maneater.
I have to kill Scrot to get my thing, and he managed to run away. I'm about to have a lot of rats come charging down my throat here in a second. Yeah, so for those that don't know, Golgfag Maneater does have a very cool, unique mechanic, where he can recruit regiments of renown from the Dogs of War. So, Long-Drawn Slayer Pirates, Ruglugs Armored Orcs. They also should add the Hobgoblins, but they haven't done that yet. But they should, because the Oglacon's Hobgoblins are also technically from the Dogs of War. But it's super fucking cool. So we will definitely add those to our army here in a little bit, but we're not going to do it yet because I can't recruit regiments around where I'm currently standing. All right, we want to give away just a little bit of meat. Not a lot. Just to... Actually, you know what? No, we're just going to hang on to what meat we have for the moment. Yo, give me those man-eaters. Money bags.
Ogre tyrant.
Oh yeah, ogres in Age of Sigmar are a completely different can of worms. Oh yeah, ogres in Age of Sigmar can eat quite literally damn near anything, like without issue. Like they catch and eat stormcasts all the fucking time. That's a big, tasty, great, unclean one right there. All right, let's get improvised music. You know what? No, let's get stringy tendons. I want my Gnoblars to have better leadership. See, he is at war with the Skaven. I don't want him stealing my kill. But, oh, well, no, we gotta kill this guy. I gotta kill Scrot the Insane before he gets away. Boop. I didn't want him running. Oh, nice! Unending volley. Infinite ammo. Hell yeah. I'll take that. I will take the casualty replenishment. Nice, that completes our contract. We got the Dragonhide banner! That's a really good banner. That's a regular Ogre banner. Fun fact, that's not like a thing. Okay, so we're gonna give the Ranger's Quiver to our Hunter. So he gets all the ammo. Jade Lion makes nearby allies immune to psychology. Let's slap that on our Butcher. Okay. Why don't you also grab these, because I don't want them taking up space on Golgfag's thing. We're going to get Under Chieftain from our Bruiser, which gives 15% extra experience to the Lord, in this case, Golgfag, and also a 5% ward save, which is super duper 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 good. Oh, look at that! Our Hunter has all of his big names. Ooh, that's so sexy. I love when they have all of them. So this Hunter is like a beast now.
Legendary Plunderer, Tyrant of the Tribe.
Oh, this is our... what you call it? Our Tyrant over there. Let's make our Tyrant a bit better at fighting, so that if somebody does attack my camp, he can defend himself. And since our Tyrant leveled up, he has a 4th slot now. So Tyrant, why don't you start picking up some more boys? What's our other contracts for? Longship Graveyard and Norden. Norden, I might work for Festus. That sounds appealing. I want to fight Throt and kill him for his trait, but I feel like we're not going to get to fight. Hey, it's Gorich! I'm a little worried that demon's going to blow up Hell Pit. I should have killed the demon. Guts Review. Why did Games Workshop decide to set the old world during a time when most characters people like weren't around? I assume a lot of people got into Warhammer Fantasy through Warhammer Fantasy Total War. So, it's kind of a mixed thing, right? On one hand, eliminate Throt the Unclean. Wow! Don't have to ask me twice. 15% extra money from bounties. Goddamn. Yeah. Now, I do want to make one thing actually really clear real quick with this. If you're watching this and you're like, wow, ogres seem like grossly overpowered. Golgfag has like 1 billion gold, and his bounties are like so easy. Like, what is happening? I want to make it extremely clear that this is not a situation of that this is just like how OP the ogres are, because that's not what this is. This is just how good Golgfag is. When you're playing with the other, when you're playing with any of the other characters, their bounties are the exact same, but they're significantly harder to pull off because you have to actually walk everywhere you're going. Whereas Golgfag has the advantage that he can just kind of like teleport to where he needs to go. He just goes straight there. So don't be like misled by what you're seeing on screen, because it is misleading. It can really seem like the ogres just have an infinite economy, but that's just Golgfag. Now, what I will say is that frickin' Grease's Goldtooth also can have an absolutely insane economy, but he does it through a very different system. But do not be fooled here. Anyway, so in answer to your question, frostbite attacks and 20% charge bonus. Put that on my Maneaters. Games Workshop had an interesting problem, so to speak, when they approached the old world, which is that they had to decide how they were going to present the game. Were they just going to resurrect Warhammer Fantasy exactly as it was, and just like resume the setting where they left off, like, you know, reverse the end times essentially, and just go back to the story that had already been told? Or could they do something different and tell stories from the same world a little ways further back? Because one of the interesting things is that, like, honestly, outside of, like, the human factions, most of the special characters everybody knows and loves are still around. They're, like, a little younger. Some of them have slightly different roles. So, you know, Thorgrim isn't High King Thorgrim, he's Prince Thorgrim. You know, Ungrim doesn't have his Dragon Slayer cloak yet. But other than, like, a couple of minor things, a lot of those characters are very, very similar to the way they were in the old world. Or in the old Warhammer Fantasy. So, that being said, I think what it kind of boils down to is that when push came to shove, I really think GW wanted to tell a new story, instead of just basically releasing the same range that they had left off with and being like, all right, job well done, everybody go home. Because I don't think that would have been especially popular. I think it would have been kind of popular a little bit at the beginning, but it would have been like, I personally, if I had been in GW shoes, I would have wanted to do the same thing. I would have been like, I feel like this is an opportunity for us to tell stories that have not been told yet and to explore the Warhammer world in really fun and exciting new ways. And let's go and showcase and talk about things that we've always mentioned in the background, but, like, there's never really been an opportunity to go back and explore these things, like these parts of the storyline. So, like, that aspect of it, I think, was a good choice. Because there's just, I don't know, I think it would not have necessarily been as popular or interesting. I don't think it would have been as interesting to be like, oh, hey, you remember Karl Franz? Well, he's back. And them being like, okay, well, the end times is still gonna happen. Like, it's still coming. It's still how the world ends. Like, we might change little details about it, but, like, the important nuggets of information are that the world is going to blow up. Like, that's happening, period, end of story. And, like, I could see there being a whole thing where there are people who look at the game and are like, well, I don't want to play this game if, like, all the characters I'm playing with are just all about to die anyway in, like, 20 years, if that. Because, like, if they had brought it back to, you know, the Warhammer we knew, the question isn't, like, is the world going to end, but it's how far do you start before the world ends. And it's like, oh, do you start, like, before, like, during Archaon's invasion? Do you start right after Archaon's invasion? Do you start, like, you have a much shorter time frame to, like, do everything you want to do and tell the stories you want to tell. Whereas if you do something like, oh, we're gonna do it where, like, we're starting in the old world where we've got 200 years to explore like a really cool part of the Warhammer world's history that nobody knows anything about because we've never explored it before, but, like, it's canon, like, it happened, it's a thing, but just nobody knows anything about it yet. I personally find that significantly more compelling, because then I'm learning and reading about a story that, like, oh, this definitely happened, we just don't know exactly what happened, but we're gonna find out. I think they made the right choice, but I can understand how someone could look at that and be like, I don't understand what the fuck GW is smoking, why would they do this? Is that a summoned unit? Yeah, guys, ignore that. I would like to order more comets and wind blasts immediately, please. You get out of this fucking forest. Storm Vermin, those need to go. Wow, that summoned unit of clan rats feels like it has lasted for like 1,000 fucking years. That is super annoying. Everything hurts. Well, this did not go well. And we're killing a shitload of them, but they're certainly making us pay for it. This might have been a slightly over-aggressive decision. Why is my Rhinoxen having such a hard time firing? We may need to skedaddle. If I can get one more comment, I'll be happy. Ooh, Golgfag, you need to go, dude. Might be... Come on, one more comment. That kind of missed. Wonder if we should actually not do this. Like if we should just retreat after maybe... Yeah, I think we should fall back actually. I think if we were at full health, we could do this, but we're super fucking beat up. The bad thing is this means we're gonna fail our Kislev contract. I mean, the only thing I can think is like, it sucks that that forest is right fucking there, because it basically makes it where I can't get to him very well without like going through it. And if I go through it, well, actually, this is tricky because like on one hand, I feel like it's better to rush him because then it makes the comets that I drop and my war machines and the pigeon bombs like significantly more effective. But I also need to make sure I engage not in the forest like that. I'm gonna try this one more time. But we're gonna be more clever about how we engage, because last time we just kind of like threw ourselves into it. Because we need to like keep the blood vultures in better reserve so that they can dive on the plague claw catapult. This army that's coming in is like super elite too. This is a nasty little army there. We need to like go up to this position and then attack down. Or we need to fight him in the water. If I fight him in the water, his troops will all take a pretty significant debuff because they're small. So fighting in the water might be the right call instead of fighting in the forest, which gives him an advantage and me a notable disadvantage. So let's try using the terrain well, and like take the water. And then see what we can do with that. I need to get my lead belchers with the pigback rider defense up on that hill as fast as I can. And we'll see if that works out. I think we'll also use the saber tusk to protect the lead belchers because they're damaged enough. They're not going to be very helpful without it. So if we go like there, bring the scrap launcher up here, bring the lead belchers up here, and then have the saber tusks and the gnoblars protect. And then bring most of the hero squad around the flank instead of going right at him. Blood vultures we can bring up just outside shooting range. I should have gotten the boglars. I should have gotten the boglars. You're correct. Yeah, because our saber tusks are gonna rampage for a little bit, which is fine. It's whatever. Yeah, because I think I don't want to engage until I kind of have to. And you help out the saber tusks back there. We can have our hunter just kind of start messing with people. If I can get Golgfag over here, I should be able to pop a shot into Throt. So he's going to be here relatively soon. Sucks that it's like all spears. The elevation's not great either. I have to get like right here in order to hit him. I don't know if I'm going to be able to successfully pop a shot here. Okay, we can let our little hero squad do that. Yeah, see, if he gets shot too much, he like recycles the animation every time he's being hit by a shooting attack. Which is definitely a... I don't know if that's a bug or if that's intended. It looks like a bug. Alright, so we have good positioning now. And I can just be a general nuisance over here and just like throw meteors as he's coming onto the battlefield. Go ahead and fire off the scroll blasting, just to get rid of it. Get the hell out of the way. You lot, get your asses up here. You run over there and protect them. What the fuck did just like 1 billion damage to my butcher? Jesus Christ. Something just like instantly half healthed him. Alright, we're gonna go after the plague claw catapults. Good God, what was that? Alright, we're gonna wait till they're like deep in the river. Alright, get them, boys. Okay, we got the storm vermin there. Gonna pop the big buff. Gonna buff Golgfag. We're going to be using a whole lot of wind blasts. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference that we're fighting in the water, but it's enough of an interest to me to try. Then we can bring the blood vultures over this way and get on all of the shooty boys. Oh, I've got the fucking fat ass rat on me. Yeah, y'all two managed to punch through. Tell our hunter to fight to the bitter end here. It's 13 wins of magic for that. And Golgfag's doing great. Unfortunately, the Skaven are not humans, so I don't get my regen, which is a bummer. If I had regen, I'd be feeling pretty good about this right now. If it wasn't Throt, I could just bully their lord, but Throt's kind of a pill to deal with. Oh, pigeon bombs here in a second. Well, that was a good hit. Got that rat around me too. Fuck you, rats! Well, that didn't go well. But, you know what? We take our L's here sometimes. We take our L's here on the Loremaster Sotech channel when that happens. Alright, so after getting our ass whooped by Throt, we are going to need to fall back something fierce. Oof. Alright, I need to get away, hopefully. Alright, he's definitely going to be able to catch me, but if he catches up with me, I can probably make him pay for that. So we're going to been there, done that, because that's going to give us buffs if he does decide to chase us. I'm going to need a new hunter. I'll take an aggressive hunter. Oh, our hunter lost like the cool items. I'm fine sticking with that. I enjoy campaigns where like bad things happen and then you have to try and like bounce back from it. Oh, he's got Longstrider. I fucking hate Longstrider. It's a great ability on specific very specific characters. Alright, let's go ahead and send a bunch of meat to the Middenheim camp. Because I don't need all this meat, because I don't have that many guys right now. Because we need to upgrade that camp so we can get cool stuff. Let's see. Yep, you're getting lots of stuff. Why don't we grab... Oh wait, I'm gonna get characters. That's right. Daddy needs heroes. How the ogres feel? Dude, they're so good. Ogres are like so fucking good now. Is there a Bragg the Gutsman like executioner characters for other factions? Yeah, they exist. I like how Kislev just walked in there and stole my kill like a bunch of dicks. Kill stealers. They took advantage of my work. Wonder if I could swoop in there and like take Hell Pit. Our contract failed. Oh, I could make peace. Yeah, let's make peace. I don't want to deal with it. That's a shame. I wanted his thing. Oh, I can get the Book of Assure if I take that. That's pretty good. What are the contracts we got? Masters of Innovation will give us the Slayer's Axe, and that's the faction I want to bully. Yep. You're on. Let's see. The terms are simple and concise. A contract fulfilled would provide ample remuneration within reasonable bounds. A contract unfulfilled will be added to the book, with footnotes detailing the various methods of redress to be employed at the client's convenience. Good old dwarfs. Hey, demon.
Let's,
Goodbye, demon.
let's fight. Need more gold. Mercenary Maneater.
All right, we're gonna pop into this stance so I can get some. Do I want to bother with global guys? I don't think I do, but I do need the healing for a turn. That's fine. All right, and here I would like to grab whetstones, which makes it where the melee attack of ogre units can never be reduced in battle, which is super duper good. You're gonna run to Bragg. Butcher. I would like you to try and wound a hero, because if I can wound a hero, I get Bragg. All right. Oh, I can get Iron Guts now and Lead Belchers. What are your big names? Arse Belcher, Sack, win against elves. Okay. You don't have anything super great. What about the Butcher you're gonna have? He has 5 units of gorgers. Okay, that's interesting. Nothing that really details stuff I'd want from this guy, but I would like some Iron Guts. Iron Guts are pretty sexy, and they will let me go far. Let's get rid of one of these, pick up 2 of these, and 2 of these. Cool. And then for heroes, we'll just drop 2 pickback units. That'll do. Does attack that cannot be lowered apply to vigor? Yeah, I believe, Van Darkholm, I believe the vigor cannot be reduced, or, sorry, attack cannot be reduced is for everything, including vigor, but we'll definitely check it out. What did they change? A lot. The build tree is completely different. Camps are completely different. The big things are camps now use meat to build instead of money. So meat is significantly more valuable of a resource than it used to be, where it used to be kind of a meh resource. Now it's like incredibly important. Also the various yeah, it's fine. A lot of the different a lot of like the now all big names have been reworked a bit, so big names are better in general. And when your characters have big names, they also can take all of the big names instead of only like one of them, which is a really, really nice change. Wait, why am I walking? I can just teleport. I'm so dumb. Yeah, I'm just gonna teleport to Krakadrak, I guess, and punch Throg in the face while he's not looking. Sup, nerd? Yeah, these brave little Dawi here said they needed some assistance. And my middle name is Assistance. Let's go help some dwarfs. But that's the perfect way for a Golgfag campaign to play, is that you get hired by a faction that's under siege and you get to just show up and break the siege. That's super fun. Other stuff, they got 2 new lores of magic, so Lore of Death and Lore of Heavens have been added to Ogre, so they have all the lores now that they had in tabletop. Golgfag Maneater's obviously new, and he adds a bunch of cool new shit. Their tech tree got completely reworked, so all the techs are much, much better now. Ogre camps can be moved, which is really cool. Okay, in true fashion, I'm gonna hide in a forest until my employer shows up, because I am not here to die for him. I am here to distract the enemy until the dwarfs arrive. And then once the dwarfs are here... Oh, my scrap launcher actually cannot hide. Okay, great. The rest of us can, though. So we can let our scrap launcher be rude. But we're gonna hang out Okay, as long as he stays over there, I can actually get closer. But we're gonna keep our distance until the dwarfs get here. What happens if an ogre eats a troll? An ogre's digestion can easily overwhelm a troll's regeneration. It's not dangerous for ogres, like it is for greenskins or humans or literally any other race. You know, we're just gonna hang out at a healthy distance and be a jerk. Because we are mercenaries, we are not heroes.
Heading off. Butcher. Greatest dog of war.
Can an ogre eat a great unclean one? In theory, yes. In practicality, probably not, because a great unclean one would probably kill them. But even if they defeated a great unclean one and like ripped a chunk of its flesh off and were eating that big old chunk of flesh, when demons die, they discorporate, so they kind of cease to exist. Which would mean that they'd be eating the demon, and then the demon would kind of just stop being real.
Mercenary Maneater.
Perfectly timed, Dawi, perfectly timed. So now I can just deal with the elements of this army that are around me.
Golgfag Maneater.
With me, lads!
In my gut.
Time to earn our pay!
Chopper of entrails.
Trying to hold them in place so that my scrap launcher can kill them.
This'll show him.
Dive, dive, dive! Okay. Scrap launcher, get into range of that combat. Butcher, get moving.
Call of the Maw. Maneater moving. Ogres attack.
We got work to do!
Guts out, boys. Hard
You chase the dogs. You with me.
way. Hunting for me. The right of slaughter. Take it all. Ogres.
These skin wolves might be a bit more of a problem than I wanted them to be.
Maneater awakes.
Those skin wolves are fucking durable. Oh, that was a good comment, though. Yeah, you go support the dwarves. I'm gonna deal with the unkillable dog men.
Prepare the meat.
We did our job, lads!
Food thirst. Behold gastromancy. The right of slaughter.
Why can you not shoot it? Just shoot the fucking thing. Good lord, killed one fucking guy. Alright, let's clean up here.
The gut magic.
Perfect shot.
Soaked in entrails.
All right, lads, good work. It's gonna be a good payday for us.
Servant of the Moor. Meat ritual.
All right, we're just gonna speed up time a little bit because I'm gonna kill as many of these fuckers as I can, which is gonna take a second. Actually, I'm gonna come kill this Famir so that he does not have that when I inevitably have to chase him down here in a minute. And pop. Okay, good. All right. Yeah, we saved the dwarves. we saved our money. Yeah, honestly, the butcher and the scrap launcher did 90% of the work, but you know, I brought them here, so that's what matters. But 3/4 of Throg's army is dead, and that's the important thing. Nice, and we got the plus 15 bonus versus large from Throg. That is excellent.
Golgfag Maneater.
All right, and I'm just gonna snuggle up to my employer's settlement
Wanderer Golgfag.
because I'm scared. All right, let's get Iron Stomach, and then let's get fight, eat, loot, eat, repeat, so we get the extra movement after winning fights. You are gonna get Chain Lightning. You are gonna get Puncture, which is super good.
Ogre Tyrant. Tyrant gets the spoils.
Yeah, our Tyrants are still leveling up, which is nice.
Prey Master.
Where'd that hero go I was bullying? Oh, that guy's got a reasonably high chance of surviving. Yay! Bragg the Gutsman! But I don't want Bragg in Golgfag's army because he's kind of the same as a bruiser. Like he's basically a bruiser. Well, no, he's not though, because he brings me anti-large. So yeah, sure, you can join up. That's fine. All right, we got Bragg. Hell yeah. And you also got your Long Strider. That's good. Okay. You got a long way to go to catch up with me, but that's fine. And our Butcher can now join this army. We can get... I want the Bang Stick on this guy. And you can have the Scroll Blast. Oh, wait, no, you can have the Halfling Cookbook because you're a Great Maw. Hell yeah, Halfling Cookbook is such a good item, but it only works with the Great Maw. Good. All right, do we have any contracts I need to get rid of? Norden. I don't... Oh, Norden's empty now, so I could capture it and not feel bad. Interesting. Okay, we're definitely not doing the Longship Graveyard, though, so let's get rid of that. But yeah, I can capture Norden. That'll work. That's a contract I am willing to fulfill. Yeah, let's get a bruiser for that army of ours that's about to set out. Fleet-footed, sounds great. And then I'm gonna get a fire belly for my camp. Let's get a strong fire belly for our camp to help defend it in the event that it is attacked. Does the fact that the Ashen Maneater has the name Ashen in it means ninjas are called Eshin and Nippon.
Then we talk.
No, non-aggression, sir. No, because the Eshin Maneater. So the Eshin Maneater used to just be the. It used to be like the Nipponese ogre, but because they didn't really want to like bring up Nippon, I think for this game, they just made it where he's specifically trained by Eshin. So it's not that they call people from other places Eshin. It's that he is a specifically
The greenskins have come knocking, Maneater.
trained by Clan Eshin Maneater. I want another camp.
Legendary plunderer.
I need to take Skjolj Truckin, or whatever the hell it's called.
This'll be good.
Let's see.
My gut is law. Eternal fire.
Okay, you're gonna join the Norden camp.
We shall shower in treasures.
You're gonna join him.
They better have me tent ready. Loads of gold.
And you're going over there.
I'm the boss.
And since he's now on the move, you can recruit units.
Don't die.
And you're gonna get a shitload of iron guts to defend that camp. Because I do not want that camp falling. I would be very upset. You are going to haul ass north. And I think that's pretty much everybody.
Any challenger.
I don't want to really buy more Gnoblars for you. So, oh wait, I could get him. Well, no, I kind of like having regiments of renown in the boss's army because the regiments of renown, are like so much better when they're in Golgfag's army. Can non-legendary lords teleport? No, I think only Scrag can. Or Golgfag. But I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it's just Golgfag. No, he took the port. That was my contract. But whatever, it's fine. It's not ideal. Everyone wanted that free money, but can't win everything. Oh, that would have given me the Book of Assure, too. Oh, that was really painful. Whatever. Sack Aarongrad.
Mercenary lord.
Interesting to consider, but let's finish this contract before we do anything else. Alright, we need to go this way.
Ollie first. Grease in the wheel.
Nice.
Money master.
Yeah, I'm fine with taking some settlements around here. This is in my territory now, so we're gonna switch it to this version.
We eat. Ready. Ready. Obey me.
Alright, nice. You've got some better options here now. Let's do the option that gives you more gold per turn. And you can now recruit
Die, right?
Gnoblar Trappers. Got a lot of Gnoblars down there. Yeah, you're gonna head over to Golgfag because I want the extra movement.
Count 'em in.
I'd like to get a hunter in this army eventually, but all things in good time, especially because I don't think I can recruit any more heroes. No, okay.
No cash advances.
No cash advances? He doesn't do cash advances?
Because I'll do both.
No, I don't want any diplomacy stuff, because if you take any diplomacy stuff and you end up accepting a contract against someone you have an ally with, it gets you in big trouble. Which is not ideal. I guess I could take 2 turns to get some new units. Ooh, capture Brass Keep. Oh, I've got 2 things for taking Brass Keep. Wow, that settles that.
Dispensing Luca.
I've got enough meat here that I can get the all-consuming stomachs buff, which gives me tunneling stance. Not this turn, because it takes a turn to go into effect. Oh, no, it's right there, actually. Okay. So we're gonna do this so I can go over here. That way we can fuck up Brass Keep next turn. Let's do... Man, I really want another camp. Ah, bigger camps gives me another camp. Hell yeah. 'Cause I'd like one up here in the north.
Expensive.
Okay, before we go any further and inevitably get into trouble, let's get some global recruit. Oh god, that takes 4 fucking turns. Oh, I don't want to wait 4 turns. All right, let's do unit of trappers, vultures, and iron fists. I'm willing to do 2 turns worth of recruitment. That should also give my hunter enough time to get caught up. Pottery seems OP for ogres. I mean, extra camps is nice, but you eventually get to the point where you can have, like, all the camps you ever could want and need relatively easily just through the tech tree. It just kind of expedites the process. I would say salt is more OP than pottery, because salt lowers upkeep faction-wide, which gets absolutely bonkers. Ogres can tunnel now? Yeah, one of your offerings to the Great Maw gives you 10% campaign movement and also gives you access to the tunneling stance, which is cool.
Beast killer.
New sights. New eat.
The hunt will be tireless.
Fights to be won.
We're about to make Festus so mad at us.
The boss. Do what I say.
Alright, get a unit of lead belchers, and then let's sack the Gnoblars. Why don't you get another unit of lead belchers and some Maneaters? I think that'll be good.
Get it done. Do
You grab...
we rest, we eat.
Okay. Let's do...
Death for pudding.
Blood vultures would be good, I think.
Tyrant.
And grab a point into Raider, because you're going to be raiding forever. So we'll get extra raid income.
Mercenary Maneater.
Alright. Yeah, fulfilling contracts. The other nice thing about fulfilling contracts is if you ever have a situation where, like, the enemy is wiped out, it automatically competes your contract, even if you're not, like, you don't have enough points, which is nice. Like, if the person you're supposed to be hurting just dies, the game's like, yeah, you know, cool stuff.
Get going.
Okay, I think if I go here,
Peasant. Peasant.
he's gonna, like, he has a relatively large army. So I think we're gonna raid stance it to be a little annoying.
Money bag.
Alright, Festus is about to get super pissed.
Motivating mercs.
But, you know, it's just business. It's just good business. What does this banner do? Oh, it's a leadership aura. Okay, I'll put that on my lord. Hi, Sotek. Norska probably does not get Yetis, right? That is correct. Norska does not get access to Yetis. Yetis do not have a relationship with Norskins, and Norskins do not live high up in the mountains, to be fair. Like, they're you know, they both live in icy climates, but different kinds of icy climates. Yetis live way up in the peaks. Norskins live down, out of the mountains. How's the campaign? It's good. It's fun so far. We suffered a pretty gross defeat at Hell Pit, which was sad. I was hoping we could smash our way through reliably, but it turned out not to be so, which was a little heartbreaking. But now we're attacking Brass Keep. which this army has been building up for a while, so it's a little bit better equipped to do so. So we'll use our regular ogres, I think, to like smash the walls down over here, and then I think we'll focus the rest of our army to attack like head on. Bring our lead belchers over on this flank. Why can't I not attack the walls? Oh, did they get rid of that? Are all ogres not able to attack walls anymore? What the fuck? Since when has that been a thing? Huh. Well, that's a big debuff. Okay, whatever. I guess only our big units are able to do that now. I know giants and stonehorns and stuff can still do it. Luckily, I can still do this. And instantly kill that exalted hero. Hilarious. Hero squad. Elites. So as long as they're distracting the enemy, I don't really care. Interesting, my lead belchers could still blow up walls. And they still have like a pretty big bonus to it as well. Oh, I got distracted. Blood vultures kill those marauder horsemen. Lead belchers, let's blow open this wall. Use this on their lord, which debuffs him pretty good. Alright, blood vultures did their job. We got another group over here we want to kill. We could blow open another wall, which let's do it on this side actually. Go, 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 go! Have the lead belchers come in here and start shooting people in the back. Throw down a buff on them. Make sure those trolls don't rally. Positions, lead belchers! And fire. Oh, I love when enemy defenses break down. feels so good and delicious.
Take it all. Meat.
Big Mac Riders! Don't need a ride! Badges and pigs! Ride the two wings!
Alright, bring the lead belchers up this way. As we've cleared out the enemy cavalry.
Keep hold of this. Paymaster. Coming down hard. Chopper of entry. The right of slaughter. We've made it.
Nice.
Big Mac Riders!
When supper. Lead belchers. Paymaster.
And we're not gonna be able to catch those guys anyway. Let's just go this way.
Guts out, boys.
Good work. And now we're gonna go around the side.
Salt in entry. The God magic.
Army losses. There we go. Alright, so that's Brass Keep sacked. Do I have men in that army? What are the guys with spears? Those are my Gnoblar piggyback riders. The pigback riders have spears and count as anti-large goodies. Ooh, we got the giant blade for our trouble. Don't I have another one for taking it? Yeah.
They does that clinking clanking.
Honestly, Brass Keep is a pretty good place for the ogres because it's like just a one settlement thing. See, and then I think we want to do, yeah, best eaters.
Need something for disemboweling.
Blood gruel.
Money master.
Brass Keep is mine.
Tyrant.
Which is gonna make Festus very upsetty spaghetti. To be frank. But I'm okay with that.
Ogre tyrant. More meat for my grinder. I'm boss, and that's that. Don't give low.
Alright, let's give Golgfag the giant blade. Oh, nice! We got the tenderizer. So our butcher here
Ready.
can get the tenderizer, and now he has the halfling meat set. Very cool. I love when it all comes together like that. All right, now we get to find out how much that upset Festus and how much he's gonna go to war with me. What's the best Warhammer novel to learn about ogres? Ogres, unfortunately, didn't get, like, a ton of focus in books.
How are things?
I would say Bruner the Bounty Hunter has some good stuff with ogres. Gotrek and Felix has a couple of notable, like, ogre occurrences. He's coming from a camp! Oh, this army's really beat up, though, so that's good. Yeah, so I would say, let's see, Bruna the Bounty Hunter, Gotrek and Felix has a couple of big ogre character type things. You can find very, very cheap on the Black Library website. They have a couple of short stories about ogres that I would probably recommend are the best for that. So they have like Golgfag's Revenge. I can't remember what the book's called, but there's one about Golg, One Finger, the first prophet of the Great Maw. He has his own short story. Golgfag's Revenge is a short story. There's also another short story that's called like the Battle of Whitestone or something like that, and it's about the Ogre Kingdoms. Gotrek and Felix run into ogres in one of the anthology books. There's an anthology book about them taking the Silver Road or whatever it is. The Silk Road. No, it's the Silver Road. Ivory Road. That's what it is. Ivory Road. I was like, what's it called? All right. I think the best thing to do is going to be for us to defend the core of the camp, not the edges. Because the edges, he'll be able to like kind of get around me. Especially because he's attacking from 3 directions at once. But I think we want to try and pop the giant before it gets too far in the camp, and also kill the general if we can. So let's put our lead belchers and our Gnoblar scrappers all over here. Actually, in light of that, I almost wonder if, yeah, that probably... I think it's going to be better to put a camp building here and then a camp building here. There we go. That'll probably work better. We're going to have our pigback riders be like a big annoying... Well, he doesn't have any range units over here, so we can let our blood vultures just feast on the death and get scavenger points. Gorgers, I think we're going to... He doesn't have any siege weapons, so we'll let the Gorgers just kind of sit in the middle of the camp. With our saber tusks. Our other pigback riders we'll use to defend... Oh, come on. Different routes into the settlement. Preferably around where that tower can see.
Guts out, boys! The more calls!
And then we'll need you to probably help over here. Actually, we have the Gorgers help over here as well. We have the Gorgers stand like over here so that when they come in here, we can get them. Move the lead belchers up. Let's move you guys just outside. So we can just start shooting that giant immediately. I'm just gonna have the birds hang over these guys' heads. So they can hopefully feast on all the death. And then once we kill the giant, we can kill the Lord.
When do we eat? Hungry!
Okay, Gnoblar trappers, we're gonna shoot the giant. My birds are eating good. Go ahead and send in the gorgers. Oh boy. Okay, send in the tyrant. Send in the gorgers! I don't want to lose my lead belchers. They're kind of important to my strategy here. Okay, vultures are pretty well stacked. You chase them. You just keep hanging around. They're slowly starting to come in, but that's alright. They're kind of coming from every direction. Let's get another one of these up. Okay, the giant is dead. Hell yeah. Ding dong, the giant's dead. Alright. Come on, vultures, get him. I don't think we're... Oh, he slowed... That bitch! I was like, why am I not catching anything? It's because he fucking slowed my ass. Okay, let's come around this flank. Alright, you want to play that game, Nurgle? Let's play that game. Now who's slowed, bitch? Oh, if I can click. Alright. I'm gonna get the tyrant on the sorcerer. You all are gonna head over this way. Alright, we're holding. Let's upgrade that tower. Vultures, come over this way. Alright, gorgers, come this way. Alright, we almost killed the Furies. Hello, boys! I think we need to find a slightly better place to land. Oh, hello. Oh, nope, stop him. Alright, y'all head back inside. God, I fucking hate when the enemy, like, gets away and I have to chase them down. Good job, lads. Stop them. Blood belchers, take aim. It's not the end of the world if we lose that spot. Like, it's not ideal, but it's fine. Alright, we got rid of the sorcerer. We got rid of that unit.
Bring us me.
Where's me master?
In my guts.
Here for shiny.
Well, that's an exalted hero. That's not good.
Lead belchers.
Alright, we're holding up okay in a number of places. Let's slap, those are marauders, Forsaken, marauders, Forsaken. Let's do the Forsaken.
Ring supper.
For the masters.
For the cry. Crush 'em.
Thank God for blood belchers.
Rampage this way.
Come on, tyrant, move those legs. Let's get a tower up here.
Iron beast. Lead belchers. They're dead.
Turn on guard stance. All right, we broke the sorcerer.
When do we eat? Under control, master.
When do we eat? Munch 'em. If I got 'em. Me.
Okay, we need y'all
Rush me. Killing.
over here. Run, you goobers! Let's put that behind us so they can't sneak up on us anymore. Yeah, those are full-on Chaos Warriors. Those need to go. And make sure these guys don't come back. Ah, the tyrant's here!
Yes, boss.
We're probably gonna lose this camp, but it put up a hell of a fight, so you know I can't be that upset. They did their damnedest. Make sure they don't come back. I wonder if we would have been better off. A part of me wonders if it would have been better just to hold in the center. That's normally what I do with camps, and it usually works pretty well. I think let's give this one more go, but let's just defend in the center of the camp, which is what I normally do. I was hoping I could snipe that wizard really fast, but he ended up like surviving and running away, which was super annoying. So let's try just holding in the center and using as much of our numbers as we can to protect a singular spot, so we don't have to worry about Nurgle like getting around us. So holding like here, and here, I think, because you want to try and be near these locations so that you can build the monuments, which give like a big fat leadership bonus, which is really good. So yeah, let's do that. So we're gonna start with both of these towers already built, so they can kind of harass. And then we're gonna hold right around this objective point, because when we get it built, we'll be able to kind of hover in that aura. And then the giant's probably gonna come in this way and come down one of these two routes, so we can kind of put the lead belchers around here-ish. Gorgers will keep in the center as needed because there are major armor piercing. Same for the tyrant. Saber tusks. We're gonna need the birds to deal with the cavalry mainly, so we'll just kind of hold them in reserve. And then these nerds will block that route. You have to block that route. preferably more around here-ish so that we can take advantage of the tower shooting down to help.
Ride the two winds.
And then you will go here. So we have 4 routes in and out that we have to protect.
Bring us speed. When do we
1, 2, 3, and then 4 with the lead belchers. So those are our kind of like primary focus points. Trappers will need to be used against the giant first and foremost to make sure it doesn't come in. And then any bonus units we have can reinforce
hungry?
other points. Particularly this one. This one, like, it's kind of like a long lead in. But we want to take advantage of that tower. Alright, I think that's everybody, so let's get to it.
Whoever butchers the most enemies gets double helpings at dinner. Boss on the move.
Alright, so he'll start to come in. Wish I had a scrap launcher, but... Oh, thank you for the drink reminder. I'm quite bad about that. So which way is the giant gonna go? Okay, he's going left, which means he's gonna come around this corner. So we're gonna send our lead belchers over this way. Pull our iron fists up. We're gonna go ahead and start getting barricades up. Luckily, the AI is an idiot and doesn't know how to use that spell. Honestly, looking at this, it's like if we're defending these 2 routes... I should have defended here, because then I could have taken advantage of that. Alright, let's get into this.
No more calls. This way. Thrive on the move.
Quick. Scrambling. Where's Ogre, mates?
We need to get our Gnoblars moving.
Don't need a ride.
Speed.
Attack!
Windstopper.
Do not let those dogs onto my lead belchers. I don't think there's any... Oh, okay, I'm gonna have my Tyrant go take on the Beast of Nurgle, because that's gonna be a whole fucking thing. Okay, we got eyes on him.
Serving the masters.
Go, trappers, go.
Gnoblars.
Go, trappers, go. Okay, we're gonna have the birds escort those dogs out of here, actually. Let's get this tower upgraded.
Gnoblar trappers. Fair place. Yes, boss. Rush 'em. Strike quick.
Biggest in the tribe. Dead.
Okay, we got a lot of, like, Forsaken and shit down here, so let's go ahead and bring in the Gorgers. Why did you... What the fuck? Why were you landing there? Whatever. Okay. I'm gonna want you to surround and come down on these guys. We're probably gonna need to use this over here. Oh, the Furies are here. I totally forgot about the Furies.
I ain't no gobbo. Carve 'em.
Try and get rid of them. Bring it down! Bring it down! Alright, we're coming around the side here. Have the Gorgers back up. Have the Tyrant back up so we can do another charge. Yeah, you guys come down this way. Should be able to catch them out.
Where do we eat? Munch 'em.
I think the Furies are dead.
The undefeated
I'm gonna charge back in on this thing. Vultures, you stay on them. Yeah. I don't think this fight's winnable, unfortunately. Not that it's a huge deal. This wasn't a very high level camp, but it is a little bit of a shame. It wasn't a good position. I think our first attempt ended better. I forgot about the flying reinforcements and stuff, so I think in the last one we were able to take better advantage of our resources. So yeah, I don't think we need to worry about this fight. It's fine. Do you think Golgfag should be able to enter encampment stance at 0%? No, I don't. Because ogre camps represent that like nature of the ogres setting up those big mobile camps that go around all the place. I don't think ogres should have access to that and the ability to encamp stance at 0%. Encamp stance at 0% is meant more for races that are supposed to be hyper aggressive, but don't have like good reliable ways to reinforce themselves, or like heal on the move. Whereas ogres have camps, which, you know, they can put out pretty much anywhere really effectively, and they can also do fairly straightforward, easy things like their camps have like those big AoEs that allow them to like heal significantly well around those areas. So I don't think they really need that. Let's do impressive wealth.
No one else touch it. Pray, master.
All right, Festus is coming for us. So let's prepare him a greeting party, shall we?
Sorry, no credit.
While we're doing that,
Motivating mercs.
we do need to send meat to our camp because I have a bunch. And I don't need that much.
Mercs get no wages.
We'll send like 400,
Tyrant of the troll.
which is gonna let us get the big Maneater camp. So that'll be really nice.
Golgfag Maneater.
All right, we've got him responding to our presence here, which is not really what I want. We're gonna get a cheaper chain lightning.
Mercenary Maneater. Wanderer Golgfag.
We only have a 40% chance of ambush, which is not great. I want to lure him to us. If we do encampment stance, we at least get some good buffs. So why don't we do encampment stance and see if we can convince old Throg and his buddy here to come at us. Because I think I could beat him as long as we don't fight him with his camp. Defeat Boris Urs. I am not going. Wow, that pays 18,000 gold, which is a lot, but I'm not actually that poor right now. And I don't intend on going in that direction. Got 3 more turns. After this contract, we probably need to like retreat home, and get more troops because we're a little thin. We're a little thin. Did I see your super chat? Oh no, sorry, I just saw it. What would Sigmar be like as a vampire? Well, first of all, thank you for the super chat. Second, Sigmar would actually probably be very, very, very similar to Vlad. The big thing with vampires typically is that a lot of their traits. Did he get a bunch more units? I don't remember him having that many. If I stay here, I get the bonus stats. I don't like the 3 Marauder Hunters plus the like 8 Marauder Horse Masters.
I need some further planning.
Okay, this I'm willing to deal with. One army? I could do one. Yeah, Sigmar, so the thing about vampirism is vampirism tends to take the most core character traits of an individual and exaggerate them to kind of a horrific degree. And one of Sigmar's biggest flaws was his rage. Sigmar had really, really bad anger problems. I mean, he was a berserker. He grew up in a lifestyle that really... the Umburagans were a warlike tribe. And even among the various warlike tribes, the Umburagans were fairly terrifying. They weren't, like, necessarily the scariest, but they were certainly up there. And so, when... if Sigmar were to become a vampire, it is very likely that his anger and his desire of expansionism, you know, that desire for domination to create an empire, would be very, very large traits within the way he would kind of evolve. It would depend a bit on like what kind of vampire he was, because often the quote-unquote parent vampire, a lot of their traits will be reflected onto their progeny. So like von Karsteins tend to be very domineering, and focused on like control and power and all this other stuff, whereas your Lamians tend to be far more focused on soft power, like still very strong but softer, so not as, you know, not as obvious, not as overt. You know, your Strigoi tend to be more easily subject to various forms of madness. So like there's a whole lot of things you'd kind of have to think about and consider, but more than likely he would have been a von Karstein. And a von Karstein Sigmar would be like, he would be terrifying. Like that is a man that would deeply, deeply, deeply desire to utterly dominate all other human tribes, and be the emperor through any means necessary. So in some ways, rather amusingly, depending on how you look at such things, I don't think he'd actually be necessarily all that different from the Sigmar we already know. Oh my god, those axes really hurt. But I do think that he would have been significantly more brutal. And I think he would have had a much, 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 much nastier kind of like reputation as far as what would he have been willing to do to accomplish his desires. You know, what kind of horrors would he have been comfortable with unleashing in order to claim victory? And I think the answer would have been that he would have been willing to do some nasty, nasty shit in order to have what he thought was best, you know, for the world at large. Which would have been interesting. Like, that would make for a very interesting story. Compared to, you know, the one we got. But yeah, I don't think it would have been good for anyone involved.
The ultimate hunter. The tracker.
Vampire Sigmar would have been straight up not a good time. for the vast majority of people that had to deal with it. If I can get just kind of stabilized here, we'll be kind of fun. Man, these fucking Marauder Horse Masters are fucking terror, dude. Like Golgfag's doing great, but we're having some issues with all this like mass shooting bullshit. And I don't have enough blood vultures.
Position over there.
Like when I'm able to get on his units, I'm beating the brakes off them, but getting on them is proving difficult. Yeah, I think I definitely got a bit overambitious with Golgfag's army in that I ventured too far to the point where I shouldn't have accepted this contract. I should have taken a contract that would have taken me back home and then retreated back home. Because now I'm like wildly far away from all my stuff. And it's causing problems. Because I don't have good, reliable ways to deal with all this range firepower. Oof. Oh, that just killed us. Yeah, so that was definitely an error on my part. I ventured too far. I got too greedy. Problem was I couldn't replenish my losses. I should have taken a contract that was closer to home and teleported back home. But the good news is this will move us automatically closer to home. The only bad thing is that we just lose all those characters, which kind of sucks. But we can replace them, so life easy come, easy go. Am I also knowledgeable on the 40k universe? I know bits about it. Oh, we lost the... I don't like that. We lost a really nice magic item from that.
Hey, Master. I do not suffer fools. Gimme. Costs extra. Take it.
Alright, I think we're gonna focus on making lots of money and antagonizing Nurgle here a bit. And then we're gonna start preparing.
Tyrant of the tribe. I won't keep anyone who challenges me.
See, what other units can I pick up? I've got a good amount of lead belchers. Got a good amount of iron guts. I think another unit of blood vultures, another unit of...
Biggest gut in the land.
I think another unit of man-eaters would be good.
Want everything.
And we get some new characters in preparation for the boss man coming home. We can get a flabby hunter. And we can get a new butcher. Tough is good. Strong is really good. And Flabby is really good. I think I'll take a Strong Beast Hunter. Because Flock of Doom would be very, very nice. I am a big Flock of Doom fan.
I hunt the strongest.
Get it done.
How we do on big names? God, I hate Longstrider. Let's see. Gorger Herder, Marrow Muncher. Okay, Kengard Marrow Muncher is really good. Gorger Herder is not that great because I don't like to run Gorgers in this army. Longstrider I don't like.
Do what I say.
What does the Hunter have? He also has fucking Longstrider. He also has Kengard, which is kind of... and I might kill these two and replace them. Because I don't want Longstrider. I just don't want Longstrider. So yeah, I think we're gonna kill those two and we'll try again next turn. I'm gonna be picky, because I can.
Meat for breakfast, death for pudding.
Any OP units in the new Ogre roster? I don't know if I'd say any of them are OP. Like, they're good. Like, the Blood Vulture is like the Blood Vulture and the Pigback Riders are really, really nice low-tier units. Because Pigback Riders give you, like, a really nice, reliable anti-large unit for low-tier Ogres. Blood Vultures give you a really solid mobility unit.
They look stronger.
And then that is, like, good for, like, running down lots of enemy units. The Thunder Tusk is a really solid, is a very solid, like, powerful, artillery monster that brings a lot of really cool shots to the situation. Oh yeah, I guess we can go ahead and cancel our contract, can't we? Alright, I need more buffs for my boys.
More killing means more eating.
I think we can take Grunwald.
97.
Festus is the only thing I'm kind of worried about, but I think I've got enough shooting to overwhelm him. Yetis are okay. Yetis are a unit I suspect you'll see reasonably often. They're a good support unit because the AoE buffs they provide are really nice. They also give ogres like really easy access to magic damage, which is always good. And then Golgfag's Maneaters. Golgfag Maneaters are alright. They do have a notably better stat line than most Maneaters because they have so much more armor and Vanguard deployment, but I don't think Vanguard deployment on them is that great. Yeah. Alright, he's got okay reinforcements coming in. But I think I want to lure him out to the top of this hill. Or I want to take the top of this hill so my lead belchers can shoot anybody that kind of approaches us. But we have a really nasty core. We have a lot of really good AP. And then we've got some good flank units that will be good at dealing with Marauder spam. We got Pigback Riders for some anti-large. Our Paymaster provides lots of really good leadership buffs. We got a Bruiser for punching people in the face. And we've got... he does have the Tenderizer, which is nice. And then Vultures for chasing down Cavalry, and we've got Saber Tusk that we'll hold in reserve for chasing off enemy units that break. Okay, so we want to claim the top of the hill. Oops, I forgot a unit of something over here.
Remember, I want the leaders in. Intact, mind. Got it?
So I'm going to go like right there.
Or no eating.
But we want to go around the rock. And then I want you to kind of more there-ish. You two, I want there-ish. vultures. Alright, and we can have our lead vultures kind of split up a bit. Let's put our iron fists over here so they can block missile shots. Bruiser on the flank. Paymaster right there in the center. Alright, let's go ahead and charge downhill. Take back riders. We're going to move you a little further on the flank. Birds to be ready to take over fleeing units. That's Alright, we're just gonna kind of feast on these kills they're all getting. Y'all can dive on the dogs. Are these, yeah, these are all marauders, so we can dive on them. You head in there. Nice. Okay, we got rid of those horsemen pretty easily. I forgot to upgrade my Paymaster with the other abilities, which is probably going to come back to bite me in the butt. Alright, y'all reform the line over here. Reform the line. Reform the line. Y'all come over here and run to their rear. Oop. Goofed up there a little bit. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to my blood vultures. See if we can get this demon. I don't know if we can hit him from here. Oh, nice. They're messing up that dude. Let's slow down. Actually, no. Let's get the damage buff over here so we can kind of wrap this fight up. Want you over here. Okay, nice. Samuel Ludenhoff is pretty much dead. Nice, good job, Lead Belchers. Countercharge here. Get rid of all the cavalry. Activate the Tenderizer. I need y'all over here. Maneaters. Okay, pull the birds out. Oh my god, there's another demon. Okay, Festus is here. That's not a huge deal. Not the end of the world. Alright, I want y'all to pull back a bit so I can kill those halberds. Alright, we're gonna bring the Sabertuss out over here. We have a lot of beasts of Nurgle to deal with. Oh wait, no, kill that one. We need to open up line of sight on it. Debuff that jerk. Charge him. This should let us free up this flank. Because if we could free up this flank, that would help us tremendously. Okay, the halberds are dead. That's good. On to the next target. I don't think he has any other halberds. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Get that thing away from me. Away. Sabertuss, okay, pull back. I don't want to leave y'all in too long. Pigback Riders, run over here. Good job on that. Let's focus these Chaos Warriors. Send y'all against these Marauders. Bring y'all over here against these guys. And we're just gonna have our Lead Belchers gonna go down the line. Oh, that's a giant. Ah! Yeah, kill giant, please. Okay, good. Bruiser just busted that wide open. Help the Bruiser out here. Y'all run over this way. Run away from. Oh, I'm almost out of ammo. That's not good. So we got Chaos Warriors of Nurgle all over the place. Nerdlings. Alright, good. Busted the chops of those Marauders. Fall back. I'm being a little overly ambitious. David Foster, you beat me in a Warhammer 2 tournament years ago. I haven't forgotten. I kind of want to get back into multiplayer. I miss playing multiplayer. Shit was fun. Okay, my dog or my saber tusk are rampaging. That's fine. Get your fucking ward save. Oh, you guys are out of ammo. All right, well, y'all just messing people up. I totally forgot about my wizard. Okay, we want to fall back here. Don't think I can reliably kill Festus is kind of the problem. I need like 3 more units of Blood Belchers. It was working fine. Our left flank got a little overly hammered. Alright. Evening, I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm still a little ill, but I'm pretty much back to full. So I am noticing it is 2 a.m. So yeah, I made some kind of goofy mistakes this campaign. But that's okay. I'm kind of using this as a more of an opportunity to showcase the campaigns for you guys. So don't do what I did this campaign. I definitely goofed up because I got overconfident. Because the last time I played with Greasus, I think I got a better army much faster. Or not Greasus, Golgfag. I got a better army like really quick, and I did a way better job of supporting them. This time I did not do a good job of supporting my troops, and it shows. Where I let myself get like isolated and mixed up. But I want to kill that damn giant. I also don't have all my buffs active, which is not helping. If I could kill the giant at least, that'll be good. So if Festus decides to run after me later, it won't be nearly as bad as it could have been. This is what Blood Vultures are the best for. You fly them over an enemy, and then you like send them back to charge. So they'll get the charge, and then the enemy turns around, and then you turn your ogres around, and you get a guaranteed rear charge. And your ogres will just like fuck people up, and then you get your vultures the fuck out of there. Oh, we got our army losses. Man, I got myself into way too much trouble right there at the end. Loremaster says, like, I know every faction has at least 1 or 2 more units that could be added. What are your thoughts on, like, legendary lord packs? Like, perhaps a pack of 4 could be Toddbringer, the Red Duke, perhaps Gorgfag, Rotgut, and Joseph Bugman. Yeah, I mean, that could work fine. Interestingly enough, John Kaiser, what's interesting is that, there's been a lot of chat about, like, doing kind of character packs have been discussed. That is something that has been talked about. And it's something I hope to see eventually. I know the big walkaways for me are often the big walkaways for me often tend to focus very much on man, I'm having such a brain fart because I'm tired. There was long time discussion about, like, how can we make it'd be nice if there was, like, a little pack of characters, and a lot of back and forth about, like, oh, well, what would be the kind of, like, what would be the appropriate squad, right? Like, what would be the group you'd want to see. And one of the things that was really talked about was, like, getting, like, a little group of characters from the Warhammer 1 squads. So doing, like, a legendary lord for all of the original Warhammer 1 factions. So saying, okay, we're gonna do Gorfang Rotgut for the Greenskins, Alric Ranulfson for the Dwarfs, the Red Duke for the Vampires, and then the what do you call them? Oh man, I'm having such a brain fart. The
Got bigger guts to fry elsewhere.
Toddbringer for the Empire. Especially because the big thing that was a lot of people liked about those 4 characters for that discussion was that each of those 4 characters is technically already in the game. They're just not represented. They're just not playable. Like, you could find all 4 of them. Ulrich Ranulfson is in charge of Karakirn. Toddbringer is obviously in Middenheim. The Red Duke is in Musion, and Gorfang Rotgut is, like, down in Karak Asgal for some stupid fucking reason. You know, it's funny with Gorfang I said Gorbad Ironclaw. Gorfang Rotgut is down in Karak Asgal. Looking at the map, I really wish they had put Gorbad Ironclawed Ekrend where Wurzag used to be, and then had put Gorfang Rotgut in Blackcrag, and put Clan Verms, which I think was the Skaven clan that used to be there, down in Karak Asgal. That's what I wish they had done. I think that would have made, like, a more interesting start, and it also would have made it less like Thorgrim being sandwiched between 2 legendary lords. But that's just my opinion. Anyway, it is 2 a.m. I do need to get to bed because I would like to be up early-ish tomorrow so that I can do some more streams and stuff. My hope tomorrow is to come on and probably do a Gorfang Rotgut campaign, is kind of what I'm thinking. Play some Gorfang Rotgut because he's got some really, really cool campaign mechanics that I'm excited to showcase for y'all. His is really fun. Like, if you like to play Total War like I like to play Total War, like, if you really enjoy doing thematic builds, then you are going to fucking love Gorbad. Oh, did I say Gorfang Rotgut? Sorry, I'm tired. I meant Gorbad Ironclaw. I'm very tired. Yeah, Gorbad Ironclaw we'll probably play tomorrow, because Gorbad is fucking, he's so fun. And he really rewards you for playing the way I like to play. If I did not, I know some of y'all didn't get to your lore questions, but don't worry if I didn't. I sent your points back, so you can ask them next time I come on. And, I will talk to you guys later. I am going to check really, really fast just to see if anybody I know is online. And if anybody we know is online, then I shall send thee to raid. Oh god, I hate hearing my own voice. Yes, there are some people online. Great. So let's go raid. Cleo's playing Total War. So I'm gonna send y'all. God damn it. Twitch is so fucking anal about stuff. So I'll send y'all to go watch some more Total War Warhammer. I don't know what she's playing, but she's probably doing stuff with the new DLC. I just don't know what. So please tell Cleo I said hello. I am exhausted, so I'm pretty much going straight to bed. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll try and set up the event here before I go to bed. But do please take care. Have a lovely evening. Take care of yourselves. And I'll speak with you again soon. Good night.